ISBACON 2025, a premier annual gathering that brings together incubation leaders, policy architects, enablers, and innovators. We welcome you to day one of ISBACON 2025. Now I'll request Dr. Swapna Sinha, convener ISBACON 2025, to deliver the welcome address.
So good morning, everyone, and very warm welcome to ISBACON 2025. It's a privilege to gather here today with leaders who are shaping India's entrepreneurial future. ISBACON has always been a platform where India's incubation ecosystem pauses, reflects, and reimages its role in nation building. This year, we do so with renewed urgency and a sharper collective vision. Our theme this year, Enabling the Enablers for Viksit Bharat, captures the essence of the moment India stands today. As the nation accelerates towards the goal of a developed, innovation-led economy, incubators and accelerators are no longer just support systems. They are architects of transformation, powering breakthroughs in deep techs, healthcare, agri-tech, sustainability, AI, and grassroots innovation. ISBA, as the national voice of India's incubators and science and technology entrepreneur parks, has consistently been working on creation of strong, future-ready incubation models. Over the years, the organization has guided policy, shaped best practices, strengthened governance frameworks, and nurtured a culture of collaboration, ensuring that every incubator, regardless of location or vintage, has the opportunity to thrive and contribute. With this year's theme, we shift our focus inward towards the enablers themselves. How do we empower the institutions that empower innovators? How do we build a stronger capacities, sustainable financial models, resilient leadership, high-quality governance, and deep industrial linkages across India's incubator network? Most importantly, how do we ensure that these enablers remain agile and relevant as technologies, markets, and societal needs evolve? Over the next 2 days, you will witness conversations that go beyond operational challenges and dive into systemic solutions, frameworks that can position incubators as critical engines for Viksit Bharat. Whether it is catalyzing livelihood, building equitable access to innovation and private capital, or strengthening regional innovation clusters, this ISBACON is designed to spark bold ideas and actionable pathways. So as we begin, I invite each one of you to engage with openness and intent. Let this conference be a space where we challenge assumptions, share what works, learn what doesn't, and collectively design the incubation models India will need for the next 2 decades. With that, I'm delighted to welcome you all to ISBACON 2025. Let us build, inspire, and truly enable the enablers of Viksit Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your words. It's my honor to now invite Mr. Prasad Menon, President ISBA, to deliver the opening remarks.
Okay, good morning. Good morning to everyone. This feels like, that I'm addressing a gathering of all familiar faces. And this is that one event that we all wait for, because most of us meet only once a year. Some of us meet more often. Now, everything that Swapnil mentioned, that this year we are trying to look inwards. The reason is that there is a lot of activity, a lot of momentum around startups and innovation and disruption. And you can also see that India and all the departments within the government and also in the private sector, whether it's the corporate, everybody, academy as well, innovation is almost like a hygiene word. Now, what happens is, in all of this, the enablers, the incubators, the accelerators, the science and technology entrepreneurs park, all of us have a role to play. So we have to now, during this 2 days, through networking, through deliberations, through panels, we have to define what is the role we are going to play. Because I think each one of us, and I mentioned this yesterday, we have incubators which are just a few months old, and we have incubators which are a few decades old. All of us are here together. So this conference is meant not just for the panel discussions and the fireside chat, and and all the other activities that we have planned, but also an opportunity for us to look at all the models that are already working and all the models that there is a gap still that we have to work. I want to also mention that for me, I've always been someone who is behind the scenes and not in front, because I've been supporting our president, former president, Dr. Suresh Kumar and Bala. So I want to acknowledge their presence, because Suresh, who was grooming me, give a big round of applause to Suresh. I did not know this, but Suresh was actually grooming me, because I did not know how. But I took on and shouldered this responsibility, and then I realized running an incubator is one thing, but running an association is completely different. So we all know that the challenges that we have in running an incubator, but now imagine, multiply all the challenges with all the 270 members that we have. So it is for me specifically also learning. So I'm also into the incubation ecosystem. Just I'm going to celebrate my decade, 10th year next year, and I'm still learning. So yesterday you would have realized, I don't know if you saw that while there was a panel discussion of Poini and Prasad Shetty, who is my colleague at ISBA leadership, I was asking questions, and those questions were because I was also opening my mind and saying, okay, is this possible? Is that possible? So what I want to let you know is that there is no benchmark here as to what is the best incubator model or what is the best scheme from the government, or what is the best benchmark globally. We all have to pick the pieces, we all have to learn from each other and see what is relevant. And only then collectively we'll be able to actually get towards this Viksit Bharat. Because Viksit Bharat is not just a clarion call, it is also for us to not be happy with the status quo, not be happy with the 3 or 5 years plan that we present to the government for our incubators. We need to do a lot more than that. I think as a collective force, because most of us are not-for-profit, which means that we are doing here with the strong intent of purpose and not profit, which also means that, having said that, we are not running an NGO, which is also something that, during the coffee breaks I have discussions. We are not running an NGO. We cannot be donor-driven. And I want to bring this up right now because at every conference we talk about sustainability. And when we talk about sustainability, it is not a sustainability in terms of the SDGs or the sustainability in terms of the environment or the green economy. When incubators talk about sustainability, it is always about how do we manage and have a long life beyond the government schemes. Now, I want to also acknowledge all the people who have enabled the enablers. And I'm talking about enabled the enablers. I'm talking about our sponsors, all the various departments in the government. I also would like to acknowledge IIT Guwahati and Bionest, Swapnil Sena, the convener of this conference. She took on this responsibility of hosting this. And I think, Swapnil, this is your first ISBACON. Oh, she's outside. Okay, again, Swapnil, as always on the feet. So I said, she took on the challenge of hosting it over here for the love of Northeast and for the love of Assam. And we accepted that challenge. And I'm very glad that we actually decided to host it here in Assam, because we have always been, and I always say the heat map of the last ISBACONs have been very much in the south and the west. So now it's time that we kind of bring some equilibrium. And so this is our first attempt to do that. This is the first ISBACON in 20 years to be hosted in the Northeast. So just make the math, right? We have about 29 states and 20 years. It's not that we went to every state. So we had to repeat the venue in Pune, in Hyderabad, in Chennai. but now we have started in Guwahati. So hopefully next, another 10 years or so, we will again be back in Guwahati. So we have lined up, we've curated, I would say, the sessions based on multiple point of views that we got from the ISBA family. So this is something that we are, because this is a association of enablers. So whether it's me or my colleague Prasad Shetty, who is the Vice President of ISBA, but he is also the Senior Vice President of one of the premium and one of the oldest incubator in the country called Sign IIT Bombay. And we have my colleague Ramji Palela, who's also was also the Vice President and who was a former CEO of AICCCMB. So we all have come together, and we have taken inputs, because we take inputs also from a practitioner's point of view. That's the difference. So whatever, when we curated the agenda, when we curated this program, we always think how it will help the enablers. And I hope, and you can already see that this particular auditorium is lit different. Those who have, let me take a count here. So we had 17 editions of ISBACON. How many of you have been to more than 10 ISBACONs? Raise your hands. There you go. So there are quite a few who have been to 10 ISBACONs, right? So now you can see that this particular one has got a different flavor. So we have a little bit of we made a little cozy, and we actually were supposed to host also the inaugural in a larger auditorium. The auditorium, which is magnificent and huge, but then we had certain technical challenges, and we felt, hey, why not host it over here itself, so it's more cozy. We can talk to each other, look at each other. In auditorium, you get lost, right? When you have 50 feet high ceilings and an auditorium where you have to your voice echoes, right? Here it is not the case. So this is a new version of ISBACON that we have taken, and I'm really looking forward to each one of you contributing, each one of you networking, and we are always there as the ISBA governing body members. I would like to just ask the ISBA governing body members to stand so that everybody in the audience knows who's the force behind it, right? Okay. All the ISBA governing body members, please stand. And for those who are new in the ecosystem, you do not know them, you can approach them during the tea break and coffee break and during lunchtime also. Okay. With those words, thank you very much. Looking forward to interacting with all of you and looking forward to a lot of learning and contributing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your words. Moving forward for the first panel discussion, ISBA 20, The Incredible Journey. And this session will be anchored by Dr. Ramakrishnan BS, CEO, Aspire TBI. Welcome, sir.
Good morning to all distinguished ISBA members, guests, and partners. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to this panel discussion. We are directly jumping onto the main event. The ISBA at the rate 20, The Incredible Journey. So this session brings together some of the finest leaders who have shaped and strengthened India's incubation and innovation ecosystem over the past 2 decades. So to guide these insightful conversations, we have with us Mr. Prasad Menon, President ISBA. I request Prasad Menon to come on to the dais to moderate this session. And we learned a lot from our own experience, but learning quickly from others who have made an incredible impact can greatly enrich our journey. So today we have few prominent leaders in the ecosystem, so who really made such an incredible impact on the innovation ecosystem. So to start with, I request Ms. Deepanvita Chattopadhyaya, Chairman and Managing Director, IKP Knowledge Park, one of the India's pioneering science and technology parks, and she has played a pivotal role in nurturing deep tech innovation and supporting early stage scientific entrepreneurship. Next we have Ms. Poini Bhatt, so an independent director at SEDIMAC and former CEO Sign IIT Mumbai. So she has widely recognized for her leadership in building one of the India's most successful academic incubators and mentoring largely startups in deep tech areas. And today we have another guest, Dr. Suresh Kumar, Executive Director, PSG STEP. So, thank you. So, sorry. Okay, next I request Dr. Balachandran, Director, VIT TBI. So he had played several, initiatives. Sorry, he had led several initiatives in fostering student innovation at Tier 2 cities. And finally, we have Dr. Rajendra Jagdale. No, he's not there. Sorry. Okay. So with such an eminent panel, we look forward to an engaging conversation on ISBA's incredible 20-year journey, the evolution of the incubation ecosystem, and the road ahead. So now I request our moderator, Mr. Prasad Menon, to take the discussions forward. Thank you.
Okay. So in corporate, when we have a management team, we talk about that in this room we have 100 years of experience. So I can say that about this panel also. Probably we are reaching 100 years of cumulative experience in incubation right over here. So the journey of ISBA, and we'll be talking about that also in a bit, and there is a surprise for all of you. But ISBA at 20, when we talk about it, all the people who are here on stage, it's almost like, been there, done that. So they have seen everything, and I think it is really for all of us to gain so many insights from these four. So I'll keep learning. So all of them are just a phone call away from me personally, so I'm very fortunate for that. So let me start with you, Dipanvita, because you have also been, you and Suresh, they both have been presidents of ISBA also. So when you look back, Dipanvita, and you now see, so when you entered over here and you saw the energy over here, so what are some of the things that it's very visible that has changed, right? I would like to hear, because for us it's maybe a little incremental change, but for you, you see it from a different perspective. Would love to hear that from you.
Thanks, Prasad. It's great to be here among friends. Some of you may not know me. All those who have joined the fraternity recently may have not had an opportunity to interact, but it's always good to say 20 years, what have we done, what have we learned. At first, let me start with congratulating ISBA for its 20th year. So it's a great hallmark for an association that we are alive for 20 years. That itself says that we've done something right. Otherwise, maybe we would have formed 3 other associations, we would have split. So there must have been some elements that tied us together. And if I go back to 2005 when I joined ISBA, 2004 it was formed, and from 2005 when I remember all those meetings, a handful of people, it would be done in maybe a 10-seater kind of a conference room, and then it started growing. It was very personal, it was very person-driven, personality-driven. It would be all like we owned it, we believed that this is something to be done, and that was the spirit. I know that spirit still lingers. It has grown. The community from maybe 25 incubators is now about 250, 267. Wonderful. So that's the kind of a tenfold jump that we are seeing. What is important is, along with growth comes a little bit of, you were talking of corporatization, a little more of processes that initially it was not there. We had a charter, but we were a handful of members. It was very, only those members driving what is to be done. But now I see a lot more processes, a lot more conversations with various stakeholders outside the incubation system, which I think is very encouraging. The first 10 years had a different kind of a perspective than the next 10 years. And we can talk about that as we go.
Suresh, I would also like to hear from you. Oh, the same question. You don't have to repeat what Dipanvita just said, right? So you can add on to it.
So good morning and thanks Prasad, and I'm not repeating, I'm endorsing what Ms. Dipanvita has told. And a lot of experiences for me personally, being associated to the Incubation Center, Association ISBA since inception. I'll be having hundreds of experiences to shape the association. Dipanvita was mentioning that whether the association has to be split or 2-3 association has to become, but I think Dipanvita and Poini but ma'am will be knowing that we had a long discussion in Dapoli, right? Whether we have to rename as Indian Startup Builders Association instead of ISBA as Incubator Association, because we didn't have the critical mass attracting people, right? So every organization will reach a point whether we have to pivot ourselves, are we going in the right direction? So 2 days we have spent on deliberating on that. And I still remember after that there was a discussion happened in Delhi, in a business center, a conference room has been booked because 2 people were against that. And 2 or 3 people were for that. So we need to take a decision. So business center has been booked, but the membership was only 30 or 40. Right? It is not that we had 260 and we are taking this decision, but from 40 to 260, right, we have to grow, and are we going the right direction? So Jagdale, Raghu, myself and Bala were there, and we had about 2 hours of deliberation for and against, and we invited one judge to give a judgment on that, verdict on it, and he is none other than Mr. H.K. Mittal. Right? After all the discussions, we invited him at 6:30 in the evening, and he told that this is for, this is against, and now being a stakeholder, it is not about right. In government's point of view, because initial days DST was the only stakeholder for the incubation movement, and we have been closely working with them, and they have been also helping us not as an association but as an ecosystem partner. We always look at the government agencies as partners. So he told that it's better you have your own identity. Things are not going to be the same in coming decades, and you are going to have more incubation centers. So you have struggled for 10 years, fight for another 2-3 years, right? Then you can see, you can explode and you can move forward. And that's where one particular time where we were rethinking about changing the gene of ISBA has come to an end, and then from 40 to 50, we grown to 75, then to 170, now to 260. So that's the one point which Bala and I still remember, and Poini and right, when we were back from Dapoli to Mumbai in the car, she was sitting in the front and she was arguing for the far and sitting in the behind. I was saying that no ma'am, it's cannot happen. So that's the one thing. Why I'm saying this is, it is not like a kitchen cabinet, all the decisions has been taken. Right? I want to say that a lot of discussions, even with 30-40 members, we had fights, we have arguments. But once the meeting is over, we didn't carry that arguments and things like that. Once we move out of the room, it's all friends for the ecosystem. Whatever we have fought for the benefit of the members, it is for the benefit of the members and not for the individuals or the individual incubators. So that's one experiences we are missing Jawahar and Jagdale today. But if Jawahar would have been there, even this would have been countered by Mr. Jawahar. Right. So that's how we have been groomed. Why? Because Mr. Jawahar and the founding president Menon were there when the first incubation centers has been established in the year 1983. And the second phase of incubation centers at PSG, JSS has started in the year 1998 and things like that. There's a huge gap. And that's the reason we used to call as ISBA 1.0, right, where Jawahar, Menon and others were there. And 2.0 is where we all came. And now 3.0 is where Prasads and others have been there taking the leadership. And we have seen all the 3 generations, and Prasad was mentioning that how many of you have attended more than 10 conferences. But here I have to say one person who have attended all the 17 conferences and 100 out of 100 is Bala. Right.
Full attendance.
Right. And our incubation center had 100% attendance. PhD Step has participated in all the conferences right from Hyderabad to today. And I had the privilege of attending 16 conferences out of 17. That's the reason when he told that our guest that I can't accept me as a guest for the ISBACON. So we have seen almost all the conferences and how it has been evolved. I was telling to Suma and Shruti offline, even to attract participants, right? We are only 30 members at that point of time. For a conference, we can't do a conference with 30, but we need ecosystem players to come. So having one participant to make the conference number as 100, we have to invest a lot, right? That is how we have struggled a lot to attract participants to so that we can attract other stakeholders to come in. So that's all great experience. But today I was happy to see that President writes a mail or the ISBA Secretary writes a mail that you have not given the travel plan on or before so and so we can't make the arrangements. Right? But the day was there in the initial years. Even if the midnight somebody calls me and says that just now we decided to come to ISBACON, we'll put a red carpet and we'll invite them. So we have seen that the day has come for the system and processes to take over. Congratulations to the team for this. Thank you.
Thanks, Suresh. Let us look also on something. So, Poini, I turn to you now and ask you, like when you look at the journey of ISBA 20 years, what are some of the milestones that as an association either we initiated, catalyzed or drove that we should be really proud of as a community? And I know there are many, but if you can give one or two, and I'm sure Bala by the time can also add the rest as well, please.
Yeah, sure. In fact, Prasad, IIT Bombay Sign was a founding member of ISBA in 2004. I don't know about you two. And it was very interesting. Actually, it was a DST review meeting. And in that review, Mr. Mittal suggested that, like, even if it's a small number, start with the association, because you and I going individually will be seen as a personal and conflicted attempt. But if you go on behalf of ISBA, then like it becomes a community approach. That was the whole thing. And first 12 members were in that review, and then we became like 12 member or 20, I don't know, but Sign was one of those. From there, first in ISBACON, if I'm not mistaken, it was in Research or somewhere. Yeah, it was basically in a conference room. We all were sitting around a table, and what I think Suresh talked about it. I think you are talking about milestones. So two things I see distinctly, basically, and one is that community aspect. And community aspect for a long term, long time, like it remains as an DST supported incubator association, and that's what Suresh was telling, that some of us were very open that you cannot become a community representative unless you have all incubator coming within the community network. So in terms of membership and let me give you some sense here. India has about 1,000+ incubators here. Out of it, half of them are in private sector, and nearly 400, 500 are in academic institution, of which we have already got about 50% of membership. So yeah, congratulations on that. On the other side, other milestone, I think it is not really being talked about or not really being propagated as as much as it should have been, is that we were supposed to be representative of incubator, and we were supposed to take incubator issues with the government and get the framework policies and all those things modified. Three things we did it. ISBA did it. One was that all of us are Section 8 company and 12A income tax exempt company, either Section 8 company or society or trust, but we have 12A exempt entity. Under Income Tax Act, if you are income tax exempt entity, you cannot do lending, borrowing, investment. And that was the first thing that ISBA did, was that allow incubator community to hold equity. That came in 2007. So we were already taking it, but we wanted to have it formalized. That came in around 2006 or 7. So I think there's a huge, significant issue here, because the day you get into investment and lending activity, your income tax exemption is taken away, right? And small number, it doesn't make difference, but when you are 500 incubator, this was very necessary to come out.
Poini, what would have happened if, I'm just thinking a scenario, what would have happened if we had not intervened and that, we were not that exemption?
I don't know, we would have basically be intervening now. Yeah, at some point of time you had to address that, right? But it was addressed very early on. And that enabled incubator community to take equity, work towards sustainability. So that is one thing. Second thing was on, there was no GST. There was sales tax and service tax, and goods and sales tax and service tax, right? So under sales tax also we got an exemption, because incubators are service organization. They are not manufacturing organization. And that exemption continued under integrated thing under GST. And third thing, which is again very significant, is CSR. 2013 or 14, DST secretary assembled some of us, we were about 40, 50. And he asked, Dr. Ramasamy, he asked that, give us the proposal which is beyond grant. And some of the suggestion was that, how do you incentivize corporate to get engaged with incubator and all those stuff. Yeah. And one of the suggestion, so based on this suggestion, of course, members and president took it forward and all those things. And then CSR for innovation and entrepreneurship got approved. That number is very small, corporate level, maybe not more than 2 or 3% is getting invested, because innovation entrepreneurship is competing with another 11, 12 agenda out there. But that was enabled. And I think most of us have got that CSR thing. So I think these are some of the milestones that I would say.
Thanks, Poini. So these three are definitely the milestones.
I can add something interesting. Actually, it was, I think, 2012. Because I found a letter, I was the ISBA president then, a letter written to then Finance Minister, Mr. Chidambaram, saying that some incubators in the CSR order, incubators belonging to government academic institutions like IITs have been allowed. Can this be made open to all incubators under the Department of Science and Technology? And that actually got approved. So I still carry that, it was a copy of that letter. And so I think we could make it. I'm not saying that it was only us that did it. I'm sure the Department of Science and Technology had a huge role to play, but we also forefronted that. So that was a representation.
Yeah. I think I saw the letter. I think it's definitely one for keeps, because right now whenever we talk about CSR, and we almost take it as a given, as if it was meant to be, right? It was not meant to be. It had to be also pushed and driven, right? Yeah. So
one more thing, I think ISBA used to be, and still it is perceived as a annual conference, annual to annual meet. But I think 4 or 5 years back, just before COVID happened, there were regional meets started, and lots of regional chapter got basically activated in those things. Yeah, that's a very important thing, because that accelerated the membership in ISBA.
Now, Bala is like our kind of database. He's our server data center. So anything we want to know about ISBA in the past, so Bala always has it either in his mind or in his computer or in his notes. So I would love to hear from you, Bala, when you see, and I don't want to talk too much about the lows, but what are some of the highs and the lows that we have seen in this journey of ISBA in past 2 decades.
Thanks, Prasad. I had 2 bragging rights and one Suresh has preempted. So this is my 17th conference, and Moini partly preempted the second one. The founding of ISBA, I witnessed that. It was in Bangalore during 2004 when an InfoDev conference took place. On the sidelines, 10 members got together. They decided, Dr. Manan got retired a year ago, and Mr. Mittal was gaining
Well, you have
ground.
to keep the mic close like this because
Yeah. So after a couple of hours of discussion, the need for this association was imminent, and they got together. And but the discussion took. Suresh mentioned about ISBA 2.0, the name change, but even in the formation, there was a 2 hours discussion. So the names were ISBA because the steps were the first set of incubators in the country, science and technology, entrepreneur parks. Suresh was mentioning from 83 onwards. So the incubators, business incubators, technology business incubators were getting set up from 2000 onwards, the second version. So there was a argument whether it should be ISBA, Indian Steps Business Incubators Association, or IBIA in the lines of NBIA, National Business Incubator Association of USA. So Indian Business Incubators Association. Again, there were 2 groups. At least 2 hours of heated exchanges. It was nothing short of a parliament discussion. I was just a couple of months old into the incubation. I was very scared. This is how incubation is going to be run. And
just for the record, he was representing S for steps, and you were representing BI for business incubator.
And finally, the same judge who will pronounce his judgment several years later, he was the judge. So he somehow convinced his predecessor, Dr. Manan, and said, let us go with ISBA. And so to this extent, people were very, very passionate. As Deepanvita was mentioning, it was personality driven, passion driven, but it was also for a purpose. It was not for their egos. And within 2 hours, when the cocktails were opened, they're all together. So it's all forgotten once the issue is discussed. And so this is how the spirit of ISBA was started. But going forward, I think there were several laws. Suresh kind of hinted that first set of conferences, it will be aligned with DST's NEC, the National Executive Advisory Meetings, where all the incubators will be given to and fro. They are to be provided with accommodation. And they say like each incubator can bring 2 representatives. With all that, the registration will be a very, very big challenge. Today, I get at least 5 or 6 calls from totally unconnected agencies. We would like to be part of ISBA. ISBA has arrived. This is my understanding. But a lot more to do. See, we have all come together. I mean, we all were passionate. Passion alone is not going to take us forward. So all of us, see, association is not for few of us. It is for the members, by the members. So each one of us have to step in and contribute a little whatever we could. And so the agenda is clearly laid out. One point which was not discussed earlier, ISBA also played a vital role in the managerial capacity building. So some of us were trained as trainers by the World Bank program, Incubation Managerial Training, and with the mandate that we need to train several others. And so some of us volunteered, and more than 60, 70 new managers were trained. And
I was one of them. You trained me, yeah.
So the managerial capacity building, because most of us were accidental business incubation managers. So we never knew what is incubation. In fact, the first set of calls after I assumed office is, do you supply chicken incubators? Do you supply baby incubators? That was the ecosystem in 2003. Today, a 14-year-old talks about startup. So this is the evolution. So not many things to do. So I'll stop here.
Thanks, Bala. And now just a thought came to me. Deepanvita, if you're sitting here, let's say celebrating ISBA at 40, what do you think would be the big change? What is, is there something that you can kind of visualize as a picture of ISBA at 40? I know I'm putting a googly here. I didn't prepare, but I didn't prepare the panel for any questions. So for me, it was more like, sitting in a cafe and having discussions. So
Yeah, we had actually in a Bangalore incubator our annual conference, looking through that crystal ball, and there were actually 10 to 12 applications that had come up, and they made presentations, if you remember, and stargazing was the name. Yes. So if you have to today, if you're talking of 20 years hence, it's stargazing. It's about looking at the crystal ball and saying, I would look at what could happen to the innovation ecosystem in the country, where as a country we are aspiring to be in terms of innovation. We are, I think, today 40 in our global innovation index, and how do we make it below 20 is something that we really need to look at. And if that happens, there are several players that need to play a very important role, and ISBA would be one of them. So it is, we have about 800 incubators overall in the country.
yeah, depending on whom you ask, you'll get.
But I would hazard a guess, it's
yeah.
about 800. Some people may say 1,000,
Yeah.
but
MeitY's official number is some 1100.
1100. So, but all put together, okay, 1,000 and 1100, but my guess would be
Academic is around
500-600. So it is not about numbers, it's about the quality of startups that we nurture, and it is not about unicorns, it is about very well structured startups that bring in revenue and jobs to the country. How do we nurture this? So we need to ask ourselves, how do we step up and become that incubation manager, incubation CEO, incubation flag bearer, where we can claim that we have supported, not about being 1,000 incubators, but we have, out of the about 1,80,000 startups in the country, they at least 70% have been incubated under our umbrella in some form or the other. Now if I ask you, it will be less than 25%. And how do we make it? And many of those, and you have seen the DPIIT numbers, many of them, I actually scanned through them, many of them are not really our definition of startups. Our definition of startups is about 80 to 90,000, and Mr. Ramanan is sitting here. So, and it is actually, that is my 50% are very small business. Those are, I don't call all businesses as startup businesses, and one has to understand any business that startups can are small business, very important for the country, but they are not startups. And can we claim 70% of startups under our umbrella? And how do we do that? It's not that they have to be physically incubated with, you have to have some kind of influence on these startups. Prasad.
I think now when you're saying this, I'm thinking of this. So ISBA at 40 would have India's innovation ranking at 20 and incubator participation at 80%, right? So we can have that 20, 40, 80 vision. Let's just do that. I think it's a great point. I think all of us have to now, I think this is good. It's a metric for the success of incubators. We have to look at it, and you triggered a thought here, Dipanwita. I'm just going to keep it, and we'll come back to this this particular thought. Poini, how would you? What would you see?
I think all of us are going to say ditto. Because she has covered lots of things here. Yeah. But okay, from association viewpoint, if I have to say, so innovation she spoke about, startup she spoke about. Let me put this way, association. despite the association is growing and it has all good intention, it still largely remains incubator driven community. I think we require lots of crisscrossing here from the ecosystem. So we require corporate members, we require like accelerator members, and even if there are not members, they should be constantly talking to us and we should be constantly talking to them. So there are two things here. One is that they should be seeing a value in us. Yeah. And second thing is that we should be proactively reaching out to the larger network. So that's one thing that I feel. Second thing is that I think 20 years we have good amount of knowledge generated here. People are also like, this is a third generation of incubator managers. Second and first generation have already gathered some kind of like, like Dipanvita and I will be called great grandmothers of incubator, right? So that kind of stuff. So can we, his great grandfather. So point is that like we have to come out with more and more so it's one was that issue based paper that we were talking about. Another is that we have to come out with more and more knowledge, white papers and policy influence. And there are some of, in policy influence, I'll tell you some of pending agenda which via ISBA and via Atal, I am trying to pull this thing. This definition, certain definition of startup, inconsistency in GST application, yeah, it's completely mess. It's completely in mess. And for 3 years we are trying to do. So those kind of thing, I think we have to really close the loop.
Thanks, Point. Thanks very much. And so when I asked, Suresh was telling me that he's at 40 and his first was, oh, I'll be 70 years old by then. So let me, in the interest of time, also ask the audience now that this is the opportunity for, if you have any questions based on, right? Okay, you have a question. The mic, please. Yeah.
I don't have a question. I want to acknowledge Suresh and Bala, like what ISBA can do to the community. In 2015, ISBA had arranged one program for aspiring organizations who wish to establish incubation center. And our incubation center, Magic, at that point of time, our host institute, Chamber, had participated in that. So my point is, ISBA can give birth to new incubators also.
Good.
And
Incubator of incubators. Why not? Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Ashish. Anyone else has got a question?
So
There's a hand up, please. If you want to ask to anyone specific, please name.
Yeah. Hi.
Yeah, introduce yourself.
Good morning. Gaurang Shetty here from Riddle. Very welcome, like very warm welcome to everyone here. I think, like Prasad, you rightly mentioned that we have 100+ years of knowledge lying around here in this room. So I think it's high time that we form a task force and work on, say, ISBA agent, because the world is moving in that direction. There's so much knowledge available. I think the number of incubators also will be increasing. Say, it may cross 5,000 in the next few years. So we need tools to get information out and things out at scale, because we can meet only a few times a year, right? And information can only be passed in this format. But going on further, it will be very difficult to convey information to each and every member. So it's a high time that we form a task force and start working on an agent specifically for specific problems. For example, if there is a call for application, say in Sign, and we know that there is a call for application for a specific program or a grant, all the incubators can get information via those agents. And there can be multiple applications like that, which can be simplified through agents. So I think
that's a very good idea, Gaurang.
Which we can work on.
That's a good idea. I think. How do we? That's the ISBA at 40 vision, right? So it's that you can see that the you what we call great grandparents and the great grandchild, right?
No, tech.
Thank you, Gaurang. Thank you.
In fact, tech intervention is very important. Like we one of the so Puran is also one of the knowledge generator in the incubator. He is doing various podcasts, and we just discuss on that aspect as well. So I think
Yeah.
it's
Any-
a
There's one more
So,
hand. Yeah, please. Yeah, go ahead. Introduce
yeah.
yourself and yeah, please.
Good morning. Dr. Kumar Siddharth Singh, representing Incubation Center, IIT Patna. Just, extension to what he just mentioned, that we could also have, since we are largely startup incubators here, we do have actually, different strengths in our, and we have our own focus groups. Often the startups have interdisciplinary, and many a times they need help at different stages. Technical help, I'm saying. So maybe ISBA is actually, very rightly placed so that they can have a platform where people can at least know what technical strengths the incubators have. So because we are all here only to help out, the startups, as ma'am was also saying. So maybe ISBA website could act as a platform where startups could actually see what technical help they can get at what places. Right now it is there, but it's very scattered. It becomes a little bit confusing for the startups. But it's a really nice event. I'm very happy to come. It's my first ISBA, hopefully, first of many.
Thank you. Welcome for that. Okay, thank you. Oh, there's one more question.
Hey everyone, so I'm Arushi from Sanchi Connect. So just to add to these statements, Prasad, what do you think how they can leverage ISBA Hub, the platform that we have for these enablers? So could you please shed some light on that?
Yeah, in fact, yeah, I think because you can see that Siddharth has just joined, is a new member, and this is first ISBACon, and Gaurang has of course been there he was also governing board member. So I think definitely ISBA Hub we have started, and we have set up a ISBA Hub, even kiosk close to the registration desk, so ISBA Hub could be that one place from a technology point of view to enable all these things what Gaurang was mentioning and also what Siddharth was adding to. Yes, Arushi, we have taken that. In fact, yesterday, if you who were there in the master class of Dr. Rajiv Kumar from DST, and we were talking about how do we do this entire infra mapping and how ISBA Hub can play a role. So that is definitely a task force that we'll put in. And Gaurang, we already have our first member of the task force. So thanks for volunteering. Okay, thanks. Any other question, please? You can use the opportunity to ask the stalwarts over here. The questions towards me, you can, because I am still here.
Hi, Jeremy Fritzhand, Venture Studio at Ahmedabad University. It's my first ISBACon. It's great to be here. Great to be with all of the experts in the room. First of all, we'd love to invite all of you to Ahmedabad University for an ISBACon sometime maybe next year or the following year. Second of all, following up on the previous folks' mention about how do we convene everybody, and on the topic of enabling the enablers, there's these accelerator programs for startups. What if we created a fellowship for the enablers where the different incubation managers and associates could travel to other incubators and do knowledge sharing, go from one to the next. Through ISBA, there would be some ISBA fellowship.
Yeah, Jeremy, I think that's a fantastic thought. I think we were doing it in bits and pieces sporadically, but to have a structured program like that, I think that's a very good idea. I think we'll take note of that. And try to work, and I think I'll reach out to you, since I think you already have a vision of how it should work, right? Thanks, Jeremy, for that. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, if there is no more questions, then you have? Okay.
So, Prasad was asking about next 20 years of where ISBA should be. But presently, I have two observations, and one, we started working on it. When I took over as president in 2018, and after that I saw many of our seniors are moving out of our ecosystem, either superannuation and other things. So slowly brain drain started happening in ISBA. So I promoted in the governing body and the AGM to have an ISBA knowledge resource center so that people who are getting superannuated should not be moving out of the ecosystem, and I think it has shaped up very well. We have started coming out with publications published. It's on bits and pieces. We started doing it. Small steps in 2022 ISBACon at Chennai. We published 2 papers, concept notes on that. So that is one thing which we found an issue. We started working on it, and then it gets as an initiative and rolls out as a as an, what to say, that organization or whatever gets shaped up in a matter of 3-4 years. Since all the government agencies are here, the second observation that I'm overhearing when I go for the meetings and things like that, same startups have been listed in all the incubators. Right, and it has been looked at as a negative, and it has been shared with us. And as an association, I feel that it is our responsibility. If any negative sentiments goes to the funding agencies or to the stakeholders, it is our things to address it and make it how positive it should be. So, in the last CEO conclave which has happened at Vizag, we have discussed that. Right, if a startup comes in, because we are one side we are talking about co-incubation. Right, and the other side we saw that comments coming up saying that one startup gets funding, right? So we have to put it in a systematic manner that the funding or support doesn't repeat it. The same startup should not get a funding for same scope of work. That has to be ensured, and I think association has a larger responsibility to ensure that. And we have to roll out as a co-incubation initiative under ISBA. And if 2 of our members or even 5 of our members are coming together and supporting a startup, we should appreciate it, because 2 plus 2 becomes 22, right? And co-incubation will result in co-creation. But we have to come out with an initiative which we discussed in our CEO conclave. We have to take it forward and say that as a member organization, if you are coming together to support a startup, we should be very clear that for A, incubator supports for X scope of work, B, incubator supports for thing, and there should be a recognition that this particular startup has been supported under ISBA co-incubation scheme. If we are going to brand it, then the doubts of the funding agency, right, will be cleared, and they will also be aware that association has taken steps to address, and the people scouting for startups. Right. So it's a thought. Because there should be a deliberation argument. That should be a start on that.
No, association is not a funding agency, so let's not conflict here.
No, it's not funding agency.
No.
As an association, if we go there, right, we get here some sentiments that the same startup has been supported by 5 incubation centers. And if there are members, and if some negative sentiment is there, and it is our duty to ensure that it has to be wiped off and put it in a system in place. That's it.
I think so. I get in a sense what you are talking about. It has, like, both the side. One is that yesterday in masterclass we were talking about one has to do spade work to get high quality of startup. Then this will basically get reduced here. On the flip and positive side is that now startup, and especially tech startup, require larger funding, which is enabled by like pool of incubator. I think it's pretty much on incubators. How do you draw the line? We have to keep talking about, like, on those governance, ethics and certain aspects, but it's pretty much on the incubator. How do they draw the line? We cannot police them. So you may have some thought. Actually, I have some closing thought on 2040, but Dipanvita on the same thing.
Have a rebuttal. It's not a rebuttal really, but so we always do this. So, a startup is free to go to. So, a startup, please remember, is free to go to anyone in the country or outside for help, because a startup is hungry to grow. It is not about, if I go to this incubator, I cannot go to. That's a very, it will be very myopic for us to think that we can ask a startup not to do what they want to.
You're not asking not to go. Go there, and if they are member, we can help them in put structure.
To put a structure, but startups love chaos. So let's just make sure that we don't kind of try and box them, and they will not come to you. They will figure out what to do. But let's be enablers and let's not try and, because for structures, it is good that if they need mentorship, if they need funding, and various kinds of mentorship, go-to-market mentorship can be given by one incubator, technical mentorship can be given by another. So is absolutely open to go anywhere. So I think.
We are not restricted. We are going there. We are also getting involved in the process. So a person of viable.
Yeah, I think no, Suresh. I think so. Yeah,
I think
we will
you'll
leave it
debate
on
it.
offline.
Come.
Yeah, one. I think probably ISBA can also work on a good practices of co-incubation.
That's what he's saying, yeah.
Co-incubation. I think it is important to do that. Yeah. Good
we started,
practices of co-incubation. I think 2000. You were talking about 20 years or whatever it is. Look at this way. Incubators started when ecosystem were non-existent in the country, and this were created more like a startup infrastructure, right? As the ecosystem evolves, like incubators' relevance may go down, and hence it is very important that how we, with the changing time, with more collaborative efforts, how do we remain relevant, not only remain relevant here, but become one of the basically, key member or component in the ecosystem here. So I'll give you one, and like I know we are short of time, but one example here. In olden days, like because quality of incubator was not proven, angel network and investor would not come to the incubators. Now they want to come to the incubator because some kind of due diligence has taken place, validation has taken place, right? So this was the first 10 years, and now this is the next 10 years. Like, so I think similarly we have to, as an associate, by the way, I'm out of incubator community, so all my input would be more like an advisory peripheral input here, but I think this is where we have to do it.
Prasad, I'm not getting into the debate. It's just an acknowledgement. So the three past presidents, apart from the other two past presidents here, Dr. Menon was the founding president, and Mr. Jawahar, Dr. Jagdale, who are not in the room. There have been stellar contributions, and I had the fortune of working with all of them, including Deepanvita during our presidentship. And two other persons. Dr. Raghunandan Rajamani, who was the founding secretary. His contributions, the kind of intellectual power he brought to the table, discussing with various stakeholders, he has contributed. Unfortunately, he is no more with us. And Mr. Mittal, again, has been a stellar support. So any issue, any challenge, he was always there for us. And I just wanted to acknowledge their support.
Yeah, this is how, in every conference, so especially ISBA related meetings or conferences, different opinions, on the stage or off the stage, anywhere. But at the end of the day, it will come as in one voice. It's ISBA. So, and it was proven, practically it is proven every time. Thank you all leaders for your, sharing your experiences, and thanks to one and all. Now I request the organizers to felicitate.
I request our president to kindly felicitate our speakers.
Thank you, Professor Devendra Jalihal, sir. And so sorry that you have to be here and then again you have to go back. खूबसूरत से एक पल का किस्सा बन जाता है, खूबसूरत से एक पल का किस्सा बन जाता है, जाने कब कौन जिंदगी का हिस्सा बन जाता है. कुछ खास लोग मिलते हैं हर बार ISBACON में, जिनसे कभी न बिछड़ने वाला एक रिश्ता बन जाता है. आभार, अभिनंदन, नमस्कार और बहुत बहुत प्यार हम सभी की तरफ से आप सभी का तहे दिल से, दिल की गहराइयों से बहुत बहुत स्वागत है. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to each one of you and good morning once again to each one of you. On behalf of ISBA and the organizing committee, I extend a warm welcome to each one of you to the inaugural session of ISBACON 2025. It's an honor that you all are here with us. And we are very, very grateful to each one of you that you could make it to be here to grace this occasion. And thank you so much for joining. And we are going to begin the formal proceedings for inaugural session. I would invite our distinguished guest on the dais. First, I would like to request Professor Devendra Jalihal, Director IIT Guwahati, to please step forward and take the seat, sir. Okay. Same style. Okay, you want to step. Mr. Prasad Menon, President ISBA and CEO SIBA. Ms. Preeti Kumari, IAS, Joint Secretary in the Department of Startup Assam. Dr. Jitendra Kumar, MD, Bylaw. Mr. Praveen Roy, Head, TTI, DST. Mr. Pramit Das, Program Director, AIM Niti Aayog. Dr. Paneer Selvam, CEO, MeitY Startup Hub. I request Professor Devendra Jalihal, sir, Prasad Menon, Ms. Preeti Kumari, IAS Joint Secretary, Dr. Jitendra Kumar, Mr. Pramit Das, Program Director, AIM. Yeah, I'll request all the dignitaries to please step forward for the lamp lighting ceremony.
Now I request our President ISBA to felicitate Dr. Devendra Jalihal, Director IIT Guwahati.
Good morning and welcome each one of you to this ISBA conference being held at IIT Guwahati. I make this claim repeatedly that we are the most beautiful campus education institution in the country. So I would like you to please go around and see the place. I mean, this is not out of ignorance or the Kupa Manduka Buddhi. It is out of, I studied at IIT Kharagpur. I was a faculty at IIT Madras for 29 years. So I've seen several campuses in the country. And so, this is undoubtedly the most beautiful campus, right? Which other campus can claim to have hills and lakes and a stream running by, right? And so I hope during the conference proceedings, they give you some time to enjoy. It's a beautiful time of the year to visit Guwahati. It's not too hot, not sultry. It's very nice, right? And not far behind is the mighty Brahmaputra river, right? So, we need lots and lots of technologies and lots of startups, right? I'll just give you some small examples. As you enter the IIT campus after crossing the bridge, right? Right in the corner, there is a place where a lot of garbage is dumped, right? So every time I go out, that's the first thing I see when I hit the highway, right? And these sort of sites are increasing. We need lots of technology, right? To take care of the waste, right? So, the people who fund, I know people are funding AI. I'm from a communication background, so I perfectly understand the opportunity to make an impact there. But I think the impact is to be made, right, in all these small things also. Lots of technologies. How do we do source segregation? How do we, take care of biocomposting? All those technologies are very important if you're going to go ahead, right, as a country. Some more ideas I would like to place before you. I know you're not a startup. You are more like a policy making and funding agencies. With little rain, all our cities get flooded, right? I mean, you have experienced it. I have experienced it. Some one rain for 1 hour, countries get flooded. So there could be reasons for that, right? I mean, drains are clogged, drains are not cleaned. People have built buildings in places where they're not supposed to be there. All that is the reality. All that is the Indian reality. Can there be Indian startups to address these things, right? I can go on listing problems. This is not the time. So I call our country problem rich, right? Can we make it solution rich? So those are the little things that are required. I mean, today we have everything. Today we have GPS based, location technologies. We can find out the 3D maps, topographic maps. Lots of things are available, right? People need now to integrate these things and come up with workable solutions and make them valuable businesses out of them, right? And so, oftentimes when I go to startups, I see, a food delivery sort of ideas, right? In fact, some people from Assam government tell me that there are only those kinds of ideas coming for funding. Where are the deep tech, right? I'm saying this is deep tech, the kind of problems that we have to solve. If it works in India, it'll work anywhere else. So that much we can say with confidence, right? So I think, and water, clean water, right? We have lakes. I told you we are a beautiful lake. We don't have simple way of measuring how good the quality of water is in these lakes. Does it sustain fish? Does it sustain aquatic life? Right? Students come to me complaining, sir, the water supplied in the hostel is not good quality. We have no way of measuring immediately. I send it to the lab takes 10 days. Student would have forgotten about the problem. So, tal jayega. ठीक है, life is going on, but we need, right? Problems are there. We need solutions, and we need enterprise that builds on these solutions, right? So I think with this, I know this is a 2-day workshop and talking on startups and entrepreneurship and so on. So we need to rethink the way we think of enterprise, right? And today there is technology everywhere, and technology is changing very rapidly, right? But we need technology to be brought into every little thing, right? And build an enterprise out of that. Okay. So thank you. I welcome each one of you to ISBA conference and to IIT Guwahati and to State of Assam. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your words. Now I request Mr. Prashad Menon, President ISBA, to deliver his address.
Distinguished delegates on the dais and off the dais, my fellow ISBA members and family members, I will keep it short and very brief. I think the director mentioned one word, and you really rightfully said that, sir, very well, deep tech. In fact, yesterday in our masterclass series, we had a focus on deep tech, because indeed that's one area where India really needs to play its game very well. Otherwise, and we as enablers have a bigger role to play. And it's so good to see all of us coming together. I just have to also tell one thing, because everyone talks about the triple helix, right? There are three important stakeholders. If you want to say it takes a village to raise a child, there are three important co-parents that you need. People talk about the industry, right? They talk about the academia, and they talk about the government. And thankfully for ISBA, we bring these three together. So we have, we have great support from the industry. We have supporters and really people who walk the talk, like IDFC Bank. And I must say that IDFC Bank has really been one of the institutes that were very welcoming to help us in this journey of enablement. Thank you very much. I would like to say that. And from the government side, we always had unconditional support from Department of Science and Technology. Now we have unconditional support from Bylaw, from MeitY, Startup Hub, and all the other agencies, whether it is state or central driven. And then when it comes to academia, you see we are in IIT Guwahati. So now that also says a lot, right? So we are hosted in academic institutions, and the academia has always played a pivotal role in helping us, the enablers, to actually achieve that vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. Again, thank you very much for everyone for making. I know it's not been an easy journey. First, when they said Guwahati, I heard someone say, oh, we did not know it so far. Because for many of us, we are coming for the first time, including me. So I'm coming for the first time to Assam. And I'm very thrilled and very glad that I got the opportunity, thanks to ISBA, to be over here. Wishing each one of you, again, a great conference in the coming 2 days, and looking forward. Thank you very much.
We now move forward ahead with a message from our esteemed guest of honors. I request Ms. Preeti Kumari, IS, to kindly deliver her address.
Good morning, dignitaries on the dais and dignitaries in the audience, and friends and fellows in the audience. Good morning to all of you. While the tone has been set from the very beginning that Guwahati is a very beautiful place, but you have already decided that it is very far. And now that you are here, please enjoy the time while you are in Guwahati. So they keep saying I am IS, but they don't say what exactly I work in. So I basically am joint secretary in a department called Department of Incubation, Innovation and Startups. So this is a very unique initiative from this state that felt that we need to be focused on how we are developing startups. And that is why very recently a new department was formed, and very few officers are there, and I am one of those officers that are currently posted in that department. And since another speaker who spoke before me, he explained that we have to think of triple helix whenever we think about startups, which is government, academia, and industry. And I will stick to only government part, because industry is here to speak for themselves. They will be there when they will be speaking for. And academia has already spoken. So let's stick to the part of government. So what I will say, that since we are also very nascent in the way we are approaching the entire ecosystem, but one thing that has shifted in Assam for sure is that once we think of startups, we think of an entrepreneurship journey, we think of a person, first generation startups. Of course, when I say startup, I mean first generation founder, first generation co-founder who have just begun their journey because they thought of some idea and they wanted to work on it. So when they begin their journey, one of the biggest challenges that we felt is that while there are a lot of government entities who have a financial outlay, who support them financially through multiple ways and means, an industry who wants to come together and support them. But the incubators, that is one important entity that does not fall in first category, that does not fall in second category, that does not fall in third category in a true sense. Neither it is industry, nor it is academia, nor is it the government, truly, if you think about it very clearly. Of course, at this point of time, if we think about incubators, most of the colleges have incubators for the name of having an incubator. They have an incubation cell. What does it do? How does it support a particular startup? What are the sine qua non that they must have? How should it be run? What are the things that if just an enthusiast, he may or may not have any other idea about how to begin a company, because let's just come down from startup to a company, because ultimately you need to first get registered and start working towards an idea. So it is more about formalization of your idea. So if I think from that perspective, then from incubator, what is expected, that how is a company registered? How are the formalization of your idea happens? How do you present your idea? Who exactly will be your potential customers? Before you think of a particular idea, you should think about who will be your customer, because just for the sake of idea, there are so many ideas that you can think of, but how much time will it take? How will you propel it into a direction that it takes you somewhere? How much time are you ready to give in? How much time will it actually take? So these kind of reality checks, I would like to call them, that can only come from an institution who has a lot of bandwidth, 1, an organizational structure, 2, and 3, a lot of experience in seeing such people, seeing such enthusiastic individuals who are just beginning their journey. Of course, all the people who are second generation or have seen so many things while they were working on. If an employee of Flipkart went on to start a company, he had an exposure of working in Flipkart when it was a startup. It was called a startup. So his thought process, his exposure was very different from anybody else. So his questions will obviously be different from somebody else who just came out of a college, let's say Assam Engineering College or Jorhat Engineering College, and he just wants to work on some idea. His questions will be different. So when I talk about incubators, which does not form part of any of these 3 helix, I will say that this is the most important pivotal point which shapes the mass, in my opinion. 1 and 2 or 3 startups, how they are running, their passion, their drive, their idea, and the sheer luck can change the path for them. But in general, when I talk about government, I think we always talk about population, we always talk about the whole idea of state or the whole idea of country. So I cannot cherry pick 1 or 2 people who were exceptional, but I should be talking about the whole ecosystem. So when I talk about the whole ecosystem, then one thing that always strikes me is how can I enable incubators? So that idea has shifted with respect to Assam. Of course, earlier also, I think we have supported, of course, 590 startups. We have disbursed funds. But one thing that has shifted in the way we are approaching the problem is to enable and to bring structures in incubators. Every academic institution needs to have an incubator. But what should be the structure? What are the fundamental things that they need to be able to deliver? How should it be professionally run? Because it cannot work in isolation. I genuinely believe, I as well as the department genuinely believes that there are a few things that only an academic institution can provide. One is scope for research. No amount of isolated incubation unit can have adequate funds over a period of time that they can sustain it. They can have for once, for sure. But to sustain it over a period of time, it is only academia or very big companies, but they themselves come in conflict of interest because they are doing it for themselves. They have their R&D units, but they have their own priorities and the own reason why that has been set up. Unlike an academic institute, which is more from exploring all things that they can explore. So that is why this marriage of academic institutions and incubators in true sense, like professional sense, not just an incubation cell. In true sense, if it happens, then only the startup and again, I repeat the word, startup who are first generation, who have no exposure and have very limited idea of how should they start and what should they do next, what is the next step that they should be taking, is the requirement is, the things that they require can only be delivered through incubators who have the exposure, the time and the bandwidth to be able to take up those questions and sequentially solve those problems over a period of time. So 5 years, 6 years, you handhold the idea of startups, the idea of, and also it may so happen that you are able to give that reality check to the founder that maybe this idea is not something that you should be working on, maybe something else. But there needs to be somebody who can have that authority, bandwidth, time to be able to explain that, and then also not discourage at the same time, but encourage them to take up something else. So in that instance, I think that fourth helix would be incubators, which are kind of blend of all these that we are primarily working on at this point of time. Makers Bhavan Foundation is a non-government organization who has established incubation. They call it in Tinkerers Labs, but they are basically student-managed incubation centers who have certain mandate to deliver. It's not like whatever you wanted to do, you just did because you wanted it that way. Because a certain funding and a certain check comes from the body who has run similar kind of Tinkerers Lab in other parts of the academia. So that's the idea with which we are going forward, and going forward our primary focus will be to develop as many professionally run incubators as we can, based on, of course, based on the interest of the academic institutions that I'm talking about, and the interest of the students who live in and around that area, who are part of that academic institution. Because ultimately it needs to survive on its own over a period of time. That idea has been inoculated very well now, that every entity that comes into picture needs to survive on its own. It just cannot carry on thinking that somebody needs to come and help me in my own journey also. So that's the shift in focus that has happened with respect to Assam. I think now that I have covered one part of the helix, let me open the floor for the next part of helix to come and present their idea. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Preeti ma'am, for sharing your thoughts and enlightening all of us. And now I request Praveen Roy sir to please share your thoughts with our larger audience. Thank you, sir.
Good morning. Greetings to all who are there in this hall. Respected Dr. Devinder, Director, IIT Guwahati, Mr. Menon, President ISBA, Ms. Preeti Kumari, IAS and Joint Secretary in Department of Innovation, Incubation and Startup, and leading the Startup Assam initiative, Mr. Parmit, Program Director, AIM Niti Aayog, and Mr. Praveen Selvam, CEO, MSH. Dignitaries of the dais, I see a lot of faces who have contributed a lot in building this ecosystem of innovation, entrepreneurship, startups, whatever we think of, and which has placed India being the third largest ecosystem in the world. So this is all the contribution which has come from you. I am Praveen Roy. I come from Department of Science and Technology. I am the head of Technology Translation and Innovation Wing of DST. And you might be aware, like DST has been contributing a bit for quite some time, maybe 2.5 decades we have been doing this, contributing in this domain, and we have tried to create a network of incubators, a kind of infrastructure which has been supporting startups in tech domain, in deep tech domain, and this we have been doing for more than last 2.5 decades. The first incubator which was established by DST was in year 2000, and recently we completed 25 years of its establishment, and the best part is that it is still operational. So that is what DST has done. Like, we have created infrastructure, and the proud that we feel in this infrastructure is that they are still operational. They sustain on their own after a very meager and very small support of the department, which is in terms of capex and opex and funding the startups. So this way we have contributed. DST has been doing it, and I'll just give a brief, like, what is the roadmap, what DST is thinking in terms of deep tech, and what government has done on their behalf of bringing the schemes which will be very much required to fund and support deep tech startup in future, so that we become a part of the knowledge economy in the world, and we lead it and we go with the path of the Viksit Bharat of our Prime Minister's vision. Thank you ISBA for inviting us. ISBA's 20 years journey, they have been contributing a lot, and I see a lot of faces who have this experience, the hands-on experience of supporting startups, and they know what is to be done, and the best part is that they also know what was not worth doing and where they failed. So that knowledge is very important to support any ecosystem, and with that knowledge we can make our roadmap for future. Recently, if you see, like, sir, we know, like, this is a campus, very beautiful campus with a lot of intellectual knowledge and power in it. So if we map intellectual index of Guwahati right now, today, naturally this campus will be having the highest level. And because of this workshop, this session of today and tomorrow, that has gone manifold, sir. So the dignitaries you are seeing in this have lot of knowledge they are carrying with them, and because of this intellectual index of this Guwahati, and this campus has gone manifold. So congratulations all for contributing and making this. And recently you might be aware, like Honorable Prime Minister was there in one of our event in Bharat Mandapam on 3rd of November, and then he announced this Research Development Innovation Scheme, which is really very progressive, very prospective, a very ambitious scheme, and this shows how government is changing its way of functioning. If you go deeper in this scheme, when you learn about it, you get the insights like how the approach is changing. Like we are not a traditional way of functioning where government is one part of helix and they are trying to create something. But we want to contribute and we want to delegate it to those who really know how it is to be done. We don't want to keep it with us. So this scheme is having in its platter funding of 1 lakh crore, and this is going to come in next 6 years. And the best part is like 20,000 crore has already been budgeted in Department of Science and Technology's budget. So our budget has gone to 28,000 crore with its traditional to 8,000 crore. And then, so with this in our hands, there is a lot of responsibility also on the shoulders of Department of Science and Technology. And so what we have done is like we have already formulated the guidelines, the financial rules, regulations, how the fund has to be managed. And the different way the government is thinking, like we have been relaxed to have our own financial rules. So you know, like there is a requirement to meet the GFR, but to some extent that can be relaxed in this RDI scheme, so that the operational ease can be done for the investments. And this all investment of 1 lakh crore is not only 1 lakh crore, because it can be done to the startups and the deep tech startups only if it is having parallel funding from the private sector. So that is also 1 lakh crore, which is expected to come in next 6 years. So there is a platter of 2 lakh crore in the platform, which has to be invested in deep tech, and that will be TRL 4 and above. And sunrise sectors, 5 sectors have been identified in that, and that is all which is really required by the country to grow and prosper. So these sectors are deep tech, AI, energy, climate, biotech, biomanufacturing, digital economy. So all these sectors, and apart from this, if anything which is required for the strategic importance of the country, that also can be inbuilt. So this is already in rollout, and the guidelines and the structure can be seen on the RDI portal. And I'll also inform, like on Saturday, first half, we are going to have outreach sessions. So this is another way government is reaching to the investors, the startups, the incubators, just to tell like what is the opportunity which is lying with this fund and how they can approach. So this is the 4th session that we are going to have. We have already done in Bombay, Bangalore and Panchkula. And now this is in Delhi. And this will be the probably last one. This is on 13th, and first half will be totally dedicated for the startups, incubators and the industry. Second half will be naturally for the investors, because this fund is totally dependent on the investors, the VC firms, the AIFs, the NBFCs, and parallelly equal funding has to come from them. So this is the bit of government contribution which is already there for the future roadmap of deep tech support. Now the challenge is on the incubators, the innovators and the entrepreneurs, because once this is there, expectations are high. And naturally, the pipeline, sustainable pipeline, has to be there to support this. And this is a challenge that you all are going to face, because you have to create the pipeline, because they can support after TRL4 only. And for TRL4, till bringing the innovative ideas, deep tech ideas to TRL4, the incubators have to play a great role. So this is the challenge that is posed to you, and you have to show your worth that you have already done in last 2.5 decades. Also, just seeing, ma'am, your initiative in Startup Assam, like naturally, Assam is also marching in hand with the center, and this is what is required when state and center can work together for supporting this joint initiatives and ecosystem of the startup in the country and in the regions, different regions. And you play important role in terms of Northeast strengths to come in the that is already there, but naturally nurturing that and shaping that will be on a responsibility on you. And with seeing with the schemes which are there, like MASI scheme, very attractive one, you are having funding for prototyping, you are having funding for MVP level, and also a scholarship for entrepreneurship. These are all initiatives which are really very much required and certainly will be showing its results in coming years. The thing, like in last 20 years, ISBA has created a dependence, like we are totally dependent, almost like it was an initiative of DST in year 2007-6 when ISBA was formed, because that time Maximum Incubator was supported by DST, and our heads thought like there should be an association so that a collective voice can be created, generated, and which can be heard by the policy makers, and that some decision or some actions can be taken on that. And we could conceive most of the program because of this input, that voice which has come from these incubators. They have played a role of the intellectual power, the muscle power. They give us intellectual inputs, they execute our programs once it is formed, and now they are the representative voice of incubators. So this is the role that ISBA has been gradually upgrading itself, and that is heard by the community, the policy makers, the government, whether it is center or state. So I'll just put 1 or 2 minutes on the journey of DST's initiative. Like we have been supporting these incubators, and in year 2007, we came up with the policy reform of giving service tax exemption to the incubators and to its incubatees. In 2007, it was introduced. So that was one of the policy reform which came in 2007. And in 2014, with these inputs of the incubators and startups, this CSR was relaxed and allowed for incubation activities. And in 2017, again, this when GST was introduced, the same service tax exemption was extended to the incubators in terms of GST. And so this is how the policy reforms have been there by the government because of the inputs that we get from the incubators and this association like ISBA. And in forming the programs, that is also truly dependent on the inputs. Like in 2016, when Honorable Prime Minister announced this Startup India initiative, we totally went to a brainstorming session with the incubators. And that time we tried to figure out like what are the missing links in the support system. So till that time we were doing incubators, supporting incubators, we were supporting seed fund. But and we were thinking like that is enough. But after this brainstorming session of 2 days, we could realize there are some very important missing links at the initial POC level where prototyping grant and prototyping centers are required. So we went for our Prayas program. And then we came to know like this accelerator programs are required. So we could make an end-to-end program after this brainstorming session in 2016. And that was the NIDHI. And the name is also very well acronym, a creative name like National Initiative for Developing and Harnessing Innovations. So this NIDHI program has got good recognition by the community as such. And we are having different programs to support all the levels which are required from idea to market. Now the same thing, so this is almost what we see if you map it, like every 10 years we go for a reform. So whether it is policy reform from 2007 to 17, then now 2027, or whether it is a reform in the structure of the program and the support from 2016 to 2026, this is the right time to deliberate and see what next should be the roadmap, how we can support. So next is like with RDI, we are going to support deep tech startups. And now we have to evolve our centers, incubators who can support deep tech startups. What is required by these centers to support, what facilities are required, what kind of funding is required, what kind of seed mechanism related to next level of seed support or investments are required. So these all need to be deliberated, and we are hopeful with this session of today and tomorrow, we'll get some leads from the dignitaries and the key stakeholders that what should be the role where government should play and where department can contribute to modify its schemes. So next level of Nidhi deep tech can be launched. So this is right time after 10 years, we want to reform it, and with the inputs from the ISBA and all the incubators who are there, we are expecting that we'll be able to conceive that program. So all the best, happy learning and happy contribution and happy sharing of information. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Praveen sir, and you have always been a constant support for ISBA and ISBACON. We express our sincere gratitude towards your organization. And as they say that Rome was not built in a day, right? And in similar way, this event, what you're seeing today, it wouldn't have been possible without our well-wishers and supporters. As today's this event that you're seeing, it's all because of each one of your blessing and the extended support that we have received. We would like to thank ISBACON, which is powered by IDFC First Bank. We would like to thank Department of Science and Technology, MeitY Startup Hub, Bharat, BFI, Helping Source, Arctic Invent, Fund Enable, Sanchi Connect, our media partner, MyStartupTV. This is all possible because of each one of you who is here. Can we have a big, big round of applause for them? Thank you. And on that note, I would like to request Mr. Pramit Das. We would love to hear you, sir. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to everyone, and I'm really delighted to be back at ISBACON. So this is my third time here, and it's so fascinating to be back here because this is one summit or one gathering where we come without the pressure of being reviewed or being in the panel for reviewing it, but rather we come here for introspection, right? So we have been introspecting. That's how the tone has been set up, and we are going to do that for the next day and a half. We also come here because I get to interact with people who I really have been inspiring us and inspiring, I think, all the government departments, stalwarts like Dipanita ma'am, Poini ma'am, Ramanan sir, and many more. So that gives us enough opportunity to come interact with them, go back with thoughts, and implement them in our day-to-day work. So as the whole point has been set up, even Praveen sir spoke about, we are at a very interesting juncture at this point. So our global innovation index ranking has come to 38, and just a decade back we were at 84. From there we have come to 38. But you know what? In the last 4 years, our climb up the rankings has actually slowed down. We have just gathered, I think, 4 places in the last 4 years. So that's a natural process, but nonetheless we have to keep it in mind. Though we are the third largest startup ecosystem with more than 180,000 startups and so on, but we surely can do better with our survival rate of our startups. We have 120, 130 plus unicorns, but I'm sure in a 3-year horizon, we should maintain the status of those unicorns. So I will say we are a place, we have come a lot, we have come a long way. We are there, halfway, but we have a lot, many more things to do. And as I think Prasad, in his opening inaugural remarks, as well as in the morning session, did point out a question. What will ISBA look like, ISBA at 40? And ISBA at 40 is actually, we are talking about 2047. That's when we are supposed to be Viksit Bharat. And if we are supposed to be Viksit Bharat, we should be achieving those levels which are currently in the best of the countries. We should be aspiring to reach the per capita startup numbers which are equivalent to that of Israel or US, which we are still a long way to go. Now think of this scenario. If you are thinking of making your startups count by a 5x number, what is the kind of effort that will go in on the ground? And that's the effort that we together have to put in, right? So if we just break down the whole system, so I'll just take 5 minutes of it and try to break down what we need to do, because any goal of a 20 years is best achieved when we break it down into manageable smaller bits, right? So if you consider the whole innovation spectrum as a system, so we have something for the input to the ecosystem, there will be a processing unit, and there will be a substantial output. So when I say input to the system, are we creating enough for our pipelines? right? So if we are going to achieve the 5x number of startups, are we doing it the right way? So when I say right way, are we developing the future innovators or entrepreneurs? So because we are an innovation mission, and we started off in the year 2016 with a clear mandate of creating a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship in the country. And we said culture is a generational change, and so it will show its impact after 10, 15 years' time, but we have to start our intervention. And we have to start our intervention at the very basic level, which is at the schools. We believe the innovation journey starts for a child when he gets, maybe there is no specific time, but we believe that when maybe he is first exposed to Newton's laws in class 6. So that's the time. So that's where our Tinkering Labs program came into the picture. For 6-7 years, we have been nurturing 10,000 Tinkering Labs, and we are going to expand it to 60,000. So that is going to be your pipeline. The future innovators coming from those Tinkering Labs, the future, I think, knowledge workers working for those high-value startups are going to come for that. So as an incubator, you should ask yourself this question, or you should think of, are we engaging enough with these kind of Tinkering Labs to create a spectrum, to create a continuum for them, so that their whole bent of innovation doesn't get lost when in the transition between board exams and going for their higher education? So that is one thing which we are very keen to work with you, because we have something called a student entrepreneurship program and so on. So this is one takeaway that you should keep in mind, how you create that continuum with the school students, because you are mostly housed in higher education institutes, you will be taking care of that. But with school, no gap should come. So that's one. Second and most important thing is, while this entire deliberation today is happening in English, right? So that means there is some commonality between this language, in this language. But 80% of the India doesn't even speak English as its second, third, or fourth language. Are we really excluding them from the whole mainstream of innovation? So that is a question that we asked ourselves, and we felt the answer is yes. So maybe we are not able to go to 80% of the country. And from there is going to come our next rung of innovators. So Atal Innovation Mission is launching a program which is purely on language inclusion. So that is our endeavor to make the innovation ecosystem more inclusive. And that is where also we will be working with you, because the centers who are going to deliver the incubation services in vernacular language, work with vernacular innovators, and create their whole journey in a vernacular setup is going to come through you. So that is a second thing that you should keep in mind, that something which has to happen at the grassroots level, at the vernacular level. So having said this, now let's come to the second part. So if you do these two things correctly, we are increasing the input to the ecosystem, right? We are creating more number of entrepreneurs, more number of innovators coming here. But still the question still remains, right? How do you increase the survival rate of the startups? How do you increase the thriving rate of the startups? So that's where our processing unit really comes into the picture. So processing unit typically talks about the quality of incubation services that we provide, the quality of incubation programs that we devise. So are we putting our enough thoughts with the emerging trends, with the emerging requirements of the ecosystem? So here I think three things that we need to keep in mind. Some things obviously has to come from the government side, which we are trying to put in. One, we want to create a regional balance. Currently, if you still talk about innovation ecosystem, startup ecosystem, we know it's Delhi NCR, Mumbai, Pune, Bangalore, Hyderabad, Chennai, and emerging clusters like Jaipur, Indore, and so on. But what about rest of the country? So regional imbalance exists, and we have to set our goals to create a balance in that. I think ISBA, for instance, can play a very vital part, or actually any incubator who has been this in space for like 20 plus years can be really good mentors to the upcoming incubators that are getting set up by the states, getting set up by Atal Innovation Mission, which are called community innovation centers, and so on. So your job is also to mentor the new incubators. So that is something which you will have to deliver if you are to achieve a state that we want to go in the next 10, 20 years. So that is one, regional balance. Second is our growth in the global innovation index has slowed down because low-hanging fruits are over. We have plucked them all. So now needs a structural changes that needs to come. And that can't come top down. It can't be done at a central level. It has to be decentralized, and it has to come from the states themselves. So only then we will be able to go ahead in a similar manner. So as ma'am pointed out, very well how her department is trying to do all these things. I think we need similar kind of structure across the country. So a State Innovation Mission initiative from Atal Innovation Mission is actually working with the states to create these kind of templates, creating or augmenting the startup and innovation policies, creating the innovation programs, creating a whole institutional structure that can unearth innovation from the block level or from the village levels. So that is something where, again, incubators will play a part, and we all together should be very proud of doing that. But we will make, with these initiatives, we'll make the car very well. We will have a very good car in place. But do we have enough good drivers? Drivers are the people who run the incubation center. You being the CEOs or managers have seen it day in, day out. We don't have a structured mechanism where we unearth real talent. And when I say real talent, I'm not talking about generic things like you need to understand financing, you need to understand some bit of legal or something. But you have to be best in class in what we do. We have to define competencies for each profile that is on work in our incubation centers. And based on those profiles, can we create structured modules which people can start, study, get trained on the job, and become exemplary workers for our innovation ecosystem. So that is something, again, which Atal Innovation Mission is trying to do with its Human Capital Development Program. And there, again, I had a brief chat with Davinderji and with Prasad in the morning. That is where I feel ISBA can come in and we can work together to create this for the entire country, well beyond the spectrum of Atal Innovation Mission. Apart from that, quality of incubation can also be increased when you think about what's next. You think about what does deep tech require? What does each sector require? Because each sector's go-to-market will require different kinds of intervention, will seem very different to each other. Are we doing that, or are we playing the role of a generic incubator? So this is something which our capacity building has to happen. And the points that Praveen sir said, I think those have to be imbibed, and we have to leverage the points that has been stated. So if we do all these things, maybe our processing unit will come to a stage where we will be churning out more number of potentially successful startups. Ultimately, market decides whether I'm successful or not. Now let's come to the third part, which is the output part. So we have seen more number of innovators coming into the system. We see their success rate increasing, but what about the final part, which is commercialized part? So are we working enough with the industry here? Because, TRL 7+, where you are actually looking at your revenue models, your business models, and you are actually taking your product to the market, your go-to markets, that is where another pitfall is. Are we doing enough to circumvent that? When I say circumvent that, I think somebody who has been there in the sector, done that, which are the industry partners, are we working enough with those partners? Are we creating a value proposition for the industry to work with our startups? See, at this point, what does an industry need? It needs solution to its own company's problem or the problems that are defined for the sector. They are also looking at solutions that can potentially affect their top and bottom lines. Simply put, what are we looking at from the government perspective, from an incubator perspective? We want our startups to survive. We want our startups to get integrated in the supply chain of that sector. Can an industry partner that I'm working with work with 3 of my startups as their potential vendors going forward? Can that acceleration program with the industry enable my startups to be more investable? Can that acceleration program with the industry make my startup in a position that they can really rapidly scale up? And finally, can I get my startups to a position where they should be a target of potential acquisition? Do we have this kind of a vision in mind when we work with the industry? If not, that is something maybe we will have to try and do with. So in the course of the coming 2 years, AIM will be establishing 20 industrial accelerators of this kind, which will be housed in association with the incubators, along with an industry partner championing that particular sector. And finally, because I am from the government, so I will be a little biased. There are enough opportunities that are coming up where startups can work with the government themselves. They can co-develop their solution with the government. IDEX is a prime example of it. If you know about IDEX, it's an Innovation for Defense Excellence, an institution created under Ministry of Defense just to work with MSMEs and startups of India, targeted at indigenization of technology and import substitution. So if that is one opportunity that was created, several more opportunities are getting created in agriculture, in railways, in Ayush, and so on, and this will go on. So we have to be at our toes for taking advantage of these kind of opportunities that come up. So net, having said this, I think I'll just close by saying that keep in mind that this is a very dynamic field that we are working upon. Maybe some things that worked 3 years back is not going to work in the future. So we have to keep evolving and we have to keep strengthening ourselves with the help of the government, taking help of the industry, and that's how we have come up with the triple helix structure, right? Each brings their own advantages and positive things in place. So we'll keep these things in mind and we'll work with these smaller bits of work that I just spoke about. And maybe in 10 years' time, we will be at a position where we can say 2047, we are definitely on course to become a Viksit Bharat. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Pramit Das, for highlighting on the key challenges that we face. And yes, we need to come up with self-sustainable models. And moving ahead, I would request Dr. Paneer Selvam, CEO MSH, to please address the audience. Thank you.
Very good afternoon. And there's a huge advantage speaking in the last. Most of the topics have been covered. The audience, interest levels are dipping, but I'll try to keep it as short as possible, but again, kind of share a few pointers from, especially from the MeitY's perspective, Ministry of Electronics and IT. There are 17 ministries in the central government doing, work in the startup space. Of course, three of them are here. I mean, NITI Aayog, DST, and MeitY are kind of course, DPIIT, the champions who are driving the Startup India program. But within the startup ecosystem in the central government, we are MeitY Startup Hub is the startup of startup, right? We are the youngest organization, started in 2019, 2020 to build the entire deep tech and the startup ecosystem in the technology space, especially with the focus of electronics, IT, and deep tech. At MeitY Startup Hub, we've been, it's an evolution, it's a learning for ourselves, like how ISBA has been doing in the last 20 years. We have learned over the last 3 to 5 years that, the entire ecosystem is going through a metamorphosis every 2-3 years, and things need to be changed. So with the various programs, our flagship programs include Tide, Genesis, Samrid. The programs that, I'm not going to compete with Praveen sir on the number of lakhs of crores he's announced. Okay. Okay. No way, right? But we have a few thousands. Okay. Right. So we see the energy level just went up in the room. Right. Right. So yeah, so we have a few thousand crores to share, but the truth is the schemes are evolving, and but there has been a very strong pivot in MeitY Startup Hub as well. And while we wish to, kind of be the custodians of the deep tech and the tech ecosystem, electronics manufacturing ecosystem in the country, a startup ecosystem, we have been very, very fortunate to now look at a very collaborative model, not just among our enabling partners. So, in MeitY Startup Hub, we call our incubators as enabling partners. That's the first change I kind of try to bring about when we all met in Pravaha. Some of you would have come to Goa when we did our first incubator accelerator conference in February this year. Pravaha, the first version, right? So we refer to you as not as implementing agencies, but our enabling partners. I think that's very, very important for us to understand. So the whole thing about collaboration and building this to ecosystem together is something that we have been very, very, very mindful, and we have now built bridges with other not just government institutions but also private institutions to do this, and that's the first one. So no competition but only collaboration. That's something which is extremely critical. The second aspect is to also look at how do we enable the enablers, which is, when we all kind of talk about the Viksit Bharat 2047, and I did mention this in my previous speeches also, you are a very, very key pillar in building the nation. As incubators, accelerators, you contribute to nation building just as important as anybody else, but it's also direct. You build companies, or you help build companies which build employment and create value and contribute directly to the GDP of the country, right? So you have a very, very, very powerful role in nation building. And if we are building nation, and you are the scaffoldings that people stand and build on the, startups stand and build the nation, we have to be strong enough for to take that support, to give them the support system. If we are the scaffoldings that the startups stand on and build the companies, we have to be really, really strong to kind of support them. And the best part about scaffoldings, on the day of the Graha Pravesh, or they are actually lying somewhere in the back, and they are ready to go to the next building to be assembled, and another buildings comes up there, right? So that is the true part about incubators. Your companies will come out, they will come big, but we are in the journey of building constantly bigger and better companies. I think that's something which you need to understand as incubator accelerator, how powerful your role is in the contribution of Viksit Bharat 2047. I think that's first. Given that kind of responsibility that you shoulder, it is important that we all need to be prepared for it. I think that's something which is very, very important. I love this book. It says, "What got you here will not get you there," right? I think that's something which is very important, because in today's scenario, 2 years, 3 years is not a long time, but it is also a very significant time in terms of ability to impact change, because things and technology are moving so fast that you can make a difference if you are ready with and capability. So it's important to us to be, if you are talking about building deep tech companies, how good are we in our own capabilities of deep tech, and the ability to drive and mentor and nurture deep tech companies is something that we need to constantly equip ourselves and learn and relearn and things, which is very, very important. So that's the second point I would like to share. The third point, which fortunately the previous speakers didn't cover, I would like to bring to the attention of this audience, because you guys are very, very important. It's the whole compliance and the governance part, which is very, very critical, because I always say, compliance and governance starts from the day one, and as incubators and accelerators, it's our responsibility to kind of keep the the compliance and the governance compass of the startup sensitive and aware from beginning itself, and it's not that something that they will do after they become something, right? It is not that they will. It happens in real life. In future, we are all very good people. What is your resolution for 2026 January? Right? In future, from January 1st, I will go for a jog. How many of you? Gymming, right? From January 1st, 2026, I will eat healthy. So in future, we are all very good people. It matters what happens today. So to my mind, it's a very important topic. Of course, I'll be sharing some more details. It's important to understand that as incubators and accelerators, governance and compliance is something really, really critical. And that becomes a very important for the kind of startups. We have 180,000 startups. In fact, we can't put a number to it. We just keep oscillating between 170,000 to 190,000. But the truth is, we have built the width. If now it's time to build depth. And fundamentally strong companies need to be built, and that means not just from a business perspective, it is also important from an organization building or an institution building. Compliance and governance becomes a very important topic for accelerators and incubators to focus upon. And of course, the most important part is also to kind of, as my fellow speakers spoke about, it's the ability of the it is becoming an era of more and more specialization. Deep tech, med tech, every possible technology. It is becoming so. Generalist roles are becoming more and more less significant, I would say. So it's important to identify what is your core area, what is your niche that you are, in terms of technology, and focus on those technology capabilities that you become a magnet for startups in that domain, and startups gravitate towards you for that particular, and that would happen only if you are able to deliver value to these startups in that particular domain. And I think there is a lot of good examples and a lot of good incubators and accelerators across the country who are focusing on one thing, and they are really doing a wonderful job. I'm sure many are in this room as well. And last but not the least, it's important to also understand that the collaboration, because multiple times it is the ability to one incubator. Sometimes we see as MeitY, we have a bird's eye view of what is happening in the ecosystem. We work with about 150 plus incubators and accelerators. Sometimes incubators, very rarely they talk among themselves and kind of get. And I think ISBA as a platform, bringing all of you together and continue to become a very strong peer-to-peer information and knowledge exchange platform is something that we really look at. And one more thing that I would like to add is the ability of incubators, especially in the tier 2, tier 3 cities. I think it's a huge challenge. At MeitY, we are very we have 3 focus areas: tech and electronics, manufacturing and design, and deep tech. That's the first pillar. Second pillar is tier 2 and tier 3 city, innovation and capability building, capacity building. And last but not the least, the third one is inclusive technology. But the second pillar cannot be even, there's no way we can work with tier 2 and tier 3 cities, be it us at MeitY or DST or NITI, without the support and the partnership of the tier 2, tier 3 incubators and accelerators. I think becoming a very, very important piece. Our ecosystem cannot revolve around the Bangalores and Hyderabad and the Gurgaons of the world. We now need to go to a Warangal. We now need to go to a Trichy. We need to move to a Aurangabad. We need to go to a Lucknow or a Kanpur. That is very, very critical, and that is a huge responsibility for the matured incubators and accelerators here to kind of nurture the other upcoming ones, and that's something that we at MeitY Startup Hub are willing to facilitate. We are focused on that. Our programs are focused on that, and we wish to drive this whole thing together with you. These are the thoughts that I thought I would share with you, and we have the whole day to kind of engage. And from a government perspective, or from MeitY's perspective, we are very clear. We are here to facilitate, support, and be a partner in this nation-building activity of incubation and acceleration. You are building India through building companies. If that is the focus, we are here to support you. But at the same time, it's a mutual support. You support us with what we want in terms of data, in terms of information, in terms of the capability, the success in our startups, and we support you with the lakhs of crores that are announced, right? So it is important for us to work together. And on that note, we look forward for more and more engagements. And MeitY Startup Hub, we are always with you to enable and travel this journey together. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Paneer Selvam, for highlighting on the key issues, governance and compliance. That's really a must. And now it's a moment that we all have been waiting for, an exchange of MOU between ISBA and MeitY Startup Hub. I would request our President, Mr. Prasad Menon, to please step forward, and Paneer Selvam, sir. Thank you so very much. And moving ahead, ISBA has completed 20 years, right? And this journey was not so easy. The power of ISBA, we are going to showcase that in a small coffee table book. The endurance, the perseverance, the determination, and the kind of energy that you all see from starting to here it was not possible, as we started it at a very slow pace, and now we have reached to 267 members who are part of this journey. We are extremely thankful to each one of you for being with us. And this is the official launch of Coffee Table Book. I request all the dignitaries. Thank you so much. I now request Mr. Prasad Menon, the President, ISBA, to So there's some special announcement which I don't want to steal the moment, so I'm inviting Prasad.
Before I begin, I think you heard fantastic inputs and insights from all the ones who are experts. And you heard about the focus on schools and innovations on Atal Tinkering Lab. I'm really delighted, honored, and privileged that one of the architects of Atal Tinkering Lab and one of the first mission director of Atal Innovation Mission, Dr. Ramanathan is with us. He's also our advisory board member. So a big round of applause to him, please. I'm sure, Dr. Ramanathan, you must be very proud to see what you have sown as a seed is now growing so well. So thank you very much for your presence here. Now, it was also spoken about all the wealth of knowledge, everything that is there. And we were talking about how do we capture this? I think it was mentioned by many of the speakers. How do we capture all this journey and knowledge so that the mistakes we made, I think Dr. Dipanvita mentioned, the mistakes we made, we should not be made again. And all the learnings we did, how do we make sure that we use it to the best advantage for the incubators of the future? So what we try to do, and this is what one of the things that association should do, because otherwise every term there will be three years of the presidents, and members will come, members will go, incubators will open, incubators will close. But the ones who have been there, how do we gather all of that into one resource? And with that in mind, this has been in discussion for a long time. It's not the brainchild of this particular leadership. It has been going on for quite some time. And finally, today, I'm very proud to announce that we are opening up the ISBA Knowledge and Resource Center. Can you show the logo, please? And I also would like to highlight that for the ISBA Knowledge and Resource Center, again, knowledge and resource, right? So we need people from the ones who can contribute. So as a first step and the first time, we are inviting the specialists, the experts, and I don't want to use the word experts here, but the one who with experience. I think the experience is very important. So we have with us, I would like to invite the first, what we want to call them research advisors, resource advisors, knowledge advisors. But I would like to invite each one of them to the stage just as so that everyone recognize them, right? I would like to first invite MeitY Bharat. You have seen her, MeitY Bharat. Ma'am, please. I would like to invite Dr. Rohan Chinchwadkar from IIT Bombay. Like to invite Dr. Puran Singh from IIT Mandi, also the who heads guests and also been part of the incubation ecosystem for some time. I would like to invite Dr. Suresh Kumar, and the one that definitely when it comes to knowledge and resource, like I said, who's a data center, is Dr. Bala. So I would like, I think, just if MeitY, I would, just if you can say a few words about the Knowledge and Resource Center. So I also want to just, because we have been talking about this for quite some time, and we wanted to see how do we ensure that that there is some kind of a formalized structure to it. So now I would like to say, as a first initiative of this particular Knowledge and Resource Center, we are actually publishing the first paper that came out of it, and that is thanks to MeitY, if you could unveil the paper.
So this was not part of agenda, huh?
Yes.
You just, it's a surprise.
I like to put people on the spot.
Yeah, it's a surprise quiz. Yeah. I think we have been talking about all this capturing information, documenting information. Also, it's not only historical aspect, but also knowledge and practices aspect. So you meet and talk, and that's one aspect. But can you document in a very, very practical format and understandable format? That's one thing that we realize. Second thing is that 20 years of journey, if you don't have enough input, then I think as an association, you're not really a relevant association. And that's a whole thing that basically we were mulling over. How do we bring out information and inputs and knowledge? And that's a group, like this is a group we decided that we will try to bring out some or the other periodical inputs here. And first in the series is this, you
Yes.
want me to talk about it? Or
Yeah, if you can just quickly say a few words.
So it's
We are improvising.
In fact, yesterday we had a master class. I didn't know that I was supposed to be master of that class. But I think it is pretty much on the same theme, basically incubation fund management. And when we say incubation fund management, it's not actual AIF. We are getting all the grant and how we utilize this grant in a proper fund format rather than just, so it's not a grant management but fund management. That's the thing. So this is what knowledge piece we have come out with.
Thank you. Thank you, Poini. Thank you, Poini. And I would like to acknowledge the authors of this first paper is Poini Bhatt, Dr. Rohan Chinchwadkar, and Paneer Selvam from MeitY Startup Hub. I think the three of them collaborated. So it's a very good mix of, again, industry, association, and also the government coming together. This paper is already published in the MeitY Startup Hub knowledge resource, and it will also be available to all our, the soft copy will be available to all the ISBA members, right? It will be available. Okay. So this is, what I can see that this was something that is already being built while we put this as Knowledge and Resource Center. Now just to add, just in 1 minute, we are also, the next paper that's going to come in about, I think by January it will be there. We have from the same ISBA Knowledge and Resource Center, we have Poini Bhatt, Dr. Puran Singh, Dr. Bala, and Dr. Suresh, the four of them authoring the playbook for academic incubators. This we are doing together with CII this time. So we just started, the momentum has come, and you're going to see a lot more of these in the coming months and years. So that's the paper that is going to be, okay. So this is just a start, and we would definitely make sure that through ISBA Hub, we are able to, get all these publications in one place. And I'm very excited personally for this, because as someone who just started with this position, to have something like this capturing all the years of decades of wisdom is indeed very encouraging. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prasad. And now, it's not possible to get all the gems together on stage, right? Like this. Do we need to capture this moment? We all need, right? I mean, it's a special moment and we cannot get everyone together under one roof. So we have decided that, sir, I'm taking this privilege on behalf of each one of you. We would like to capture this special moment with each one of you, and along with all the ISBA members and our dignitaries, our guests and everyone. We have IDFC first team also here. So thank you, sir, for being here. So we will request you to please step down. We all will be standing, and then we can take the moment, right? Thank you. I can understand after lunch, after the delicious lunch that you enjoyed, it's quite difficult to keep yourself wide awake. But we'll make sure that you will be awake till the end of the day. We have an interesting session coming up, so stay tuned with us. So it's a privilege and honor to invite our keynote address for today, Professor Kwang Gwyn James Lee. Kwang James Lee is a professor of food chemistry in Dongguk University, Korea, and has a broad experience in the field of food toxins analysis. He received his degree in the area of food science and technology from Seoul National University and University of California. At Dongguk University, his teaching and research is concerned with development of analytical method for food toxins such as furan, ethyl carbamate, mycotoxins, and their reduction in food model system. He has published 6 books and 150 referred papers. Currently, he serves as the Vice Editor-in-Chief of Food Science and Biotechnology Journal and Editorial Advisory Board of ACS Food Science and Technology Journal. He served as a dean for 2 years from 2017 to 2019 in Dongguk University. So can we invite Professor James Lee with a big, big thunderous applause, please. ये तालियों में दम नहीं है. He has traveled all the way from South Korea, तो एक जोरदार तालियां तो बनती हैं. ये हमारे अतिथि हैं, अतिथि देवो भव. So जोरदार तालियां. Thank you.
I come from the South Korea, probably from the yesterday pre-meeting. A lot of you interested in why the East, Far East Asians come here. He looks like looks like Chinese, Japanese, Koreans. So all of you interested in me. 1 year ago, I was first time coming to ISBA, Hyderabad, 2024. It was very nice. And then this year, specifically, by the respectable former president of ISBA, Dr. Rajendra, he invited me, and also President Prasad asked me to come here. So a lot of our ABI member, ABI AABI is Asian Association of Business Incubation. So ABI members, the crew members, hesitate to come here because this is too far from the China and Korea. So I decided to myself. So this is very honor to be here. I'm talking about today several things. First of all, this is a congratulatory letter, kind of the 20th anniversary celebration. And all of you probably interested in who I am. And ABI, I will introduce the AABI and what the kind of some take-home message. So that is my work. All of Indians, you know that this great poet Tagore, right? So he is a Nobel laureate. Actually, in 1940s, around before that, he pointed out very famous poem here. So all of Koreans know this poem. Do you know that? Yeah, this is very famous poem. In near future, Korea will be again for the illumination in the East Asia, you know. So finally, his saying is come true. So right now, Korean culture, Korean movie, and Korean food is very common in the whole around the world. So all of you probably know that Kadaeon and the Squid Game, so and so. So all of Koreans really think about India is a very respectable and a very good friend, and also India to help us in the Korean World War. Okay, let's shift gear. The significance of 20 years in the ISBA. 20 years is not small, not the shortage period. It's 2 decades, all right? So there is a lot of innovation and a lot of entrepreneurship and a lot of remarkable journey of growth and resilience. So all of you recognize, because all of you is almost Indians, India is emerged as a global innovation hub. So you are the very fluent English and you are very smart. So in the near future, probably all of think about India would be hub in the future in the world. My life is separated into 2 stages. The first one is the professor. I am the PhD in the University of California, Davis, and I have worked #1 food company, CJ company. That is one of Samsung Group. And since 2002, I have been Dongguk University to teach the food science technology. So far, I have many papers, and 130 graduate student was raised in my lab. Oh, it's, no. And in this year, I was very honorably, I got the American Chemical Society, the Fellow Award, got the in terms of chemistry, and I'm the one of the associate editor in the HS publication and journal. So far, there is more than 100 papers is there. I was associated of there. And then 2007, exactly India launched ISBA after 3 years later. 2007, I emerged into the ecosystem of the Korean startup support system. So far, there is, right now, I'm the president of the KOBIA, Korea Business Incubation Association, and the president of Asian Association of Business Incubation, ABI. So actually, this is the last month of ABI president. So next year, next month, the next president will be baton on. And this is ABI, that in multilateral network of business incubation. So there are many work to do, initiative fostering innovation and sustainability. One of the best thing in the ABI is the ABI award is very famous. So a lot of Indian entrepreneurship and the managers got the ABI award. And the ABI ABI workshop is also very famous. Since 1998, ABI IBI workshop. Through this workshop, there is many good protocol and education is going on. And the other new project, business gateway pilot, so and so. ABI awards and ABI IBI incubation workshop is like that. And as associations, it's very rare to publish the journal. This is an international journal, Asia Pacific Journal of Innovation and Entrepreneurship. So this is the Springer index, as it coming soon, SSCI index. So this is our pride of our association. So ABI and the ISBA cooperation, since ISBA launched in 2004, we have very strong relationship. So ABI is committed to strengthen cooperation with ISBA. Together, we can accelerate innovation across the Asia. So probably in next 20 years, India rising as a global startup leader and hub. So a world-class hub for technology and the entrepreneurship maybe is a very strong relationship, more fostering strengths. ABI and the ISBA continue building shared property. So I really want to give you one question, the motivation and the driving force discussion. So when was the star moment in the wealth of the world, wealth of the world? So all of you agree about that, think about first industrial revolution, right? So first industrial revolution, let's back to the this year, actually, Nobel Prize, Economic Prize, all of you agree about this is the Joel Mokyr in Northwestern University. He got the Nobel Prize Economics. His is very important is for having identified the entrepreneurship and the wealth of the technology is very important. So technology and the wealth is very, very strongly related with that. So this actually is batoned from the Joseph Schumpeter. So all of you knew that he is kind of classroom the scholar and administrator in Australia. Is 1950 he was died, but he's the very strong. The economics and the socialism of the capitalism is very important. So fourth industrial revolution is there is two opinions. The first one, fourth revolution is really is done by the Klaus Schwab. And the other, Jeremy Liprikin, he said, oh, fourth industrial revolution is the kind of the extension of the third industrial revolution. So industrial revolution, all of you Asians knew that this is kind of Asians whaling. It's a very, very difficult thing. Sometimes I not want to deal with this one for the Asians. Let's back to the 1766. So real first industrial revolution is like that. This is Scotland, University of Glasgow, 1760. There is a lunar society. So this picture is the ChatGPT drew for me when I explain about the lunar society. There is very famous economics, Adam Smith. You know, all of you all knew the Adam Smith, right? So Adam Smith invited James Watt. So at that time, James Watt, 1760, James Watt is just mechanics, poor mechanics, you know. But he was invited into the university by the very famous professors like Adam Smith. So this is a very significant story. Actually, the steam engine is by the Thomas Newcomen is common thing. But there is some problem of the steam engine. So modification and innovation for the new engine by the James Watt, and Adam Smith finally published The Wealth of the Nation in 1766. So all of the world scholars point out this is the initiation of the first industrial revolution. So only Asian country to take the industrial revolution train is, all of you agree, that's Japan. The other country, China, Korea, India, all of them is missing of that. So due to that, we had very difficult times. Koreans only about 60 years, but India, I heard that there is over 200 years. It's very difficult times. So, but the time is always changed. So there is a change of the era was happened. So all of you, 1800, 2000 is the era of the Western country. But since 2000, we have chance. So we should change our the nation. So catalyst for the change of the chance is could be fourth industrial revolution. So in Korea, fourth industrial revolution is a very, very important thing in our country. So we should, in terms of startup support system, we have a very strong support system, like big size model, small size model, and medium size model. So India could be the big size model. So with this model, we could do in future, we make 21st century to make our own time. So make ours BI model and the protocols to the global standard. We need this kind of thing. So we have manpower, technology, and the local or government support system. And the most important thing is entrepreneurship education. So university is very important. So think about this venue is IIT, Guwahati. So entrepreneurship education always happening in the university. So philosophy and the subject and the leadership is very important. So we have our times is coming up. So probably in the future, near future, our bright future will be coming up. So please, together, let's be nominate. This is my final message to you. Thanks so much.
Thank you so very much, James Lee. That was a lovely presentation and we thoroughly enjoyed it. Can we have a big, big round of applause for James Lee, please? Thank you.
I request Gladys Nair, Head Operations ISBA, to felicitate Mr. James.
And moving ahead, we have the next panel discussion coming up. Local to global, strengthening international linkages for incubation and acceleration. And for do the honors, I would request Dr. Ramji Palela, former COO AIC CCMB and former Vice President ISBA.
Good afternoon to all of you. All alert, right? And wonderful session by Professor Lee. Thank you so much. And as we engage incubators in the country, I think we have to establish the linkages with the global communities and clusters. With that, I think we have an excellent panel members for the session now. And we invite one after the other. The speakers may not be on the stage because we have some presentations. So after that, we'll be, placing the chairs to have them seated. So we're mentioning about the names, maybe they can come and go back in case, or maybe at least you can stand out there. So Geet Robesh, so here, director at India House Leuven, Flemish region, Belgium. And Geet is a director of India House Leuven since 2013. And IHL is a collaboration between the city of Leuven and KU Leuven to enhance and facilitate the contacts within India. So please note it down very well, so that Geet can be actually bringing a lot of connections. And he's also Secretary General and also Secretary to several agencies. And actually, Mr. Robesh steps in for Mr. Michael Diblowy, because, while I planned for a Germany trip, we had some conversations. He's supposed to be here, not now. So, but unfortunately, I couldn't go there. And Mr. Michael also couldn't come here. He's the CEO of Leuven Research and Development, who finally nominated Geet. Geet is already in India, so he extended his trip to attend this. So please, thank you so much, Geet. And I now introduce, please have a seat there. Yeah, you can be there. And I introduce Mr. Brent Rinke. So Brent is founder of BSA, Bioscience Alliance in California. And also he's, of course, partner to Stanley Co. And also looking at a lot of policy, management, legal, and several aspects related to innovation and incubation ecosystems, not only in US, but with other countries. And Brent is also kind of, been nominated and awarded with several agencies, especially top 50 influencers in California for this particular ecosystem. I think, Brent, welcome to our community. Also to note, so Brent is also a founder and chairman of Gold Coast Executive Forum. So a business organization for C-suite level. Because please try to understand, we all actually restrict ourselves or limited to incubator communities and local clusters. But I think, you have to get exposed to C-suite level communities as well. I think Brent can be inspiring more. Thank you. Thanks, Brent. Yeah. And I'll now call upon the next speaker, Adishri. Adishri, can you please? So she's head of programs for the German Center for Research and Innovation, DWIH, in New Delhi. So it's a DAD regional office in New Delhi. So I think international cooperation for the startups and incubators, that's what she primarily focusing into. And how many of you know the program Tandem? I think Adishri is known to all of us because, cross-border connections with the startups and local clusters, she takes care of it. And thanks Adishri for being part of ISBACON last year and also this year. Thank you so much. Big round of applause, please. And now I'll call upon Rahul Kulshrestha from Swissnex. Yeah, maybe can you please? So Rahul, a long list of global connection and activities
being part of several agencies within India, but currently is heading Innovation Swissnex, Indo-Swiss Innovation Strategic Alliance between government, industry, academia for science and technology ecosystem. So he's also part of, he kind of close to, over 3 years, I think he worked for Office of PSA, Government of India. He's a key person to start the platform Manthan, and most of you may be on the platform. And also, I think just quickly to mention, India, Israel initiatives, India, Canada, Science and Technology Corporation, India, Spain, India, Sweden, Industrial Technology, India, UK, India, Korea, I think whatnot. He's part of all those programs. With that small note with Rahul, then of course, Professor James Lee, just who spoke before this session, and everybody knows about him and his great works. He's part of last year ISBACON along with the dozen of RB members from various countries, South Asian countries. Thank you so much, James. And yes, now Dipanita ma'am, so she's moderating this particular session. No introduction needed, but it's my responsibility and honor to mention some of the key achievements and also ma'am's the first premier science park in the country has been built by her. 26 years journey. Big round of applause to ma'am. After that, of course, you know IKP Eden. So it was set up in Bangalore, and recently he's been elected as vice president for International Association of Science Parks, IISP. And other than that, yes, Fiki Flow Women Award and top 10 enablers and champions of the incubation ecosystem in India. Because you see the compendium, the coffee table book, you'll know more about the contributions. And Women of the Decade in Life Science and Innovation by the Women Economic Forum. And of course, just to mention, she's been part of more than maybe 10, 15, 20, I don't know, several boards of incubators and international agencies as well, and part of several international programs and government initiatives by being the board member, including Gates Foundation, USAID, and many others. Just while inviting other members, their presentations maybe before calling Madam for the announcement of the flow of the session. So, Ma'am has been the key person, along with the maybe some 3 to 5 pioneers in the country who built this ecosystem where we are standing. So please welcome Ms. Dipanvita Chattopadhyay from IKP. She's the chairman and chairman and MD of IKP Knowledge Park. Ma'am, please. Yeah. I mean, I thought you may be calling, but yeah. Yeah, sure. So, Rajiv sir? Yeah. So, I think 70% of the audience heard of Rajiv sir's presentation, and also Dr. Rajiv Kumar is a scientist staff and also a director for the TTI department of DST. Over 2 decades of experience in the science and technology management policy, and he's the key stalwart in taking care of the seed fund and other initiatives at DST. Lot of reforms that are, we are kind of hearing in the deep tech area. I think he's one of the key persons from DST. Sir, thank you so much for joining us for this discussion. So, Dipanita ma'am, thanks.
Thank you so much, Ramji. This is an exciting session because it will open up our understanding of a local incubation, a national incubation understanding, or so far what we have done to see how in the next, we've been talking of the next 20 years, what can we do more and how do we actually engage with other clusters, other champions across the globe. We have picked up a few today. It is not limited to what ISBA will be doing, but today, as you heard from Ramji, we have a great representation of Swissnex and DAD from Germany, their offices in India, and we have 3 eminent experts from Europe, Netherlands, from USA, from California, Los Angeles, and from RB. You've already heard James. You know, and before we start our panel discussion, we'll have Dr. Rajiv Kumar talk about DST's efforts so far and the pioneering work that DST did actually in energizing and, if I can use the word, encouraging and also training Indian incubation managers in terms of global practice through the InfoDev program and later exposing them to various kinds of ecosystems, including, I remember, the Texas effort and the Intel effort that DST did was, apart from the InfoDev training, was actually extremely helpful for many of us who actually participated in those programs. If I have to talk about how we can do global association with various clusters and various incubators and science parks, as you heard, I am also the vice president of the International Association of Science Parks that is based out of, headquartered in Malaga, Spain, and we have around 350 members, science park members from 81 countries. And after this 2 years of vice presidentship, I will also become the president of IASP, and in these 4 years I am wondering how we can actually interact with, if not all the 81 countries, with at least 20 of them in a very meaningful way, that both these countries, both India and the other countries that we are talking of, actually gain from shared knowledge, capacity building, and startup exchange. I think I'm looking at three things: capacity building, best practices, knowledge sharing, and exchange of startups. So let's see how that can be done. But I have to tell you, ISP is dealing with science parks, and all science parks have at least 3 to 4 incubators within them. So it is not about incubators, it's about science parks. So it's a larger ecosystem where there are very large companies as well as mid-size and small companies and innovators. With that, I request Dr. Rajiv Kumar to please come over and give you address. We decided to actually request all the panel members to come later because we want to see their presentations. Rajiv, do you have a presentation? No, okay.
Thank you, Dipanwita ma'am, and thank you ISBA team for giving this opportunity for presenting the DST's vision for local to global. So as we know, science and innovation has no boundary, and then a country or a person alone can't solve the problem. At the same time, in India, the Indian ecosystem, like we have everything. The problems are huge problems, A to Z. Whatever problem things in the world you can find in the context of the India. So for the foreign startups or the companies, India is a huge market. At the same time, the India has very trained and the human resource capability. That's two things are the strength of our country, where the foreign countries or the foreign experts or the researchers, they would like to collaborate with the Indian researchers or with the Indian peer. From the DST, we have been doing the science and technology cooperation with several countries, like we have more than 80 countries, the agreement, we are partnering for the research. Then with the 40 countries, we have regular call for proposals supporting the research, the basic R&D and other thing. Like around 10 years back, the leadership, they decided, why not we should have the industrial R&D, the applied R&D kind of thing. And that time we decided to let us have applied R&D where the academia and industry can join hand and we can support some of the projects from the DST and then our counterpart. So we started with the Canada, with the Israel, with the US, like ma'am mentioned about the Lockheed Martin and the Tata Trust. They joined a hand. We launched through Indo-US S&T Forum some of the startup exchange program or the industrial R&D program. So giving that these are the bases where we thought the impact of the program was huge. So later on we signed the agreement with the German government, and then we are supporting the industrial R&D, the 2+2 programs, where the industry and academia from both countries, they are collaborating, they are submitting the applications, and we are funding from the both government. So these are the bases where we found that when we get the applications from these countries, we don't have enough quality applications because the industry, they don't know each other. The academicians, they know. They are very familiar. They can search from the Google their publication and they can write the proposal, submit to the funding agency. But when you talk about the industries or the startup, they are not quite familiar. So with that mindset, we started some of the exchange program for the startup or for the incubators, like Madam with the WTO, and then other countries, with few countries like the Canada and then US. We had some training of the incubator managers. We exchanged them, and then they went there, they saw some of the best practices or the infrastructure, they came back, and then they replicated within the Indian system. And that was a very impactful program we found from the department point of view. So we thought, why not we should have in the structured way supporting the startup exchange program or the incubation manager program. I think Deepanvita had this DARD representative and other people, they had attended last ISBA meeting. And during that time, we discussed that we can have a structured program between the Department of Science and Technology and the counterpart. So in October last year, we discussed with our counterpart, German counterpart, and we signed the MOU for a startup exchange program. And that the Indo-German exchange program already we have formalized, and shortly we are going to launch that program where the startup will have the opportunity to visit Germany, and similarly at the same time the German startup will have opportunity to come to India. So I hope that you can hear the representative CEO would be mentioning about the program. Similarly with the UK, we have signed the MOU recently during the visit of UK PM to India. We signed, let us have with the structure program with the UK RI. And again, we are going to launch shortly by February or March, we'll have call for proposal where the startup can go to the UK. And then with these countries, what we have decided, like to start with, we can have some startup exchange program where the startup already matured a startup, not the starting one, those who have already reached the revenue stage, and then they have interest in other countries. So we can select this kind of a startup. The second, the incubation manager, we can in one cohort we can take 2 or 3 incubation managers because we have limited resources also, and then limited capacity. So we can take 2, 3 in a rotation, and then they can go there, come back and replicate in the Indian system. The third is the virtual mentorship of the startup. Like we have that Indian mentors, but without investing much, we can have like the foreign mentors. They can mentor our startup, as well as the same time our mentors can mentor their startups. They can provide the brief about the Indian ecosystem, how their startup can come, and then incubate it here. So that kind of program we are thinking from the Department of Science and Technology point of view. Let's have some view from ISBA side also where we can improve that, and then maybe we can launch with many other countries. So right now we have in pipeline, like with Swiss Next we are deciding, with South Korea also we are discussing, and then Israel is the third country where we are going to discuss. So next year we will have around 5 countries, and then later on we will keep adding. So this is the vision from the department to support local to global. Let us hope the best comes out. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you for having me here. I'm going to speak. Sorry, I'm going to speak about Leuven Research and Development. The KU Leuven, I can do it myself, I think. The KU Leuven is the oldest university in our part of the world. It was founded in 1425. So yes, we are celebrating our 600th anniversary this year. Thank you. It is a comprehensive university. It has more than 55,000 students, and it has 3 major tasks: the academic education, of course, scientific research, of course, but also service to the community. Knowledge and technology transfer, what our scientists, what our researchers find out, should be able to get into the society. And that is where Leuven Research and Development comes in the picture. It was already founded in 1972. And at this moment, for the Horizon Programma of the European Union, this is a subvention programma where scientific research projects can be awarded some support. Leuven is for the whole of Europe, the university is for the whole of Europe, the one who gets the most money and the most projects approved. So, but it takes a long time. In 72, we were the first to have such a technology transfer agency. The model comes from Stanford, where, of course, the US, or I could mention that also, Leuven, I can be proud of my university, yes? You agree, yeah? Leuven is outside the US, the most innovative university of the world, following the Reuters ranking. And that not only 1 year, but already 8 years in a row. Okay. So, that is what Leuven Research and Development does, supporting researchers, offering technologies, responding to social needs. How do we do that? We manage the different, because as Professor Lee said, you cannot go alone in such research. You have to set up collaborations, nationally, internationally, intercontinentally. That is where we help. We protect, that's very, very important thing. We protect the IPRs, because there is where a lot of the money can come from. We set up a company, a spin-off, a startup, provide the complete hand-holding, also with seed financing. And I must say that because Leuven Research and Development is doing this already for so long time, for every euro or for every rupee the LRD invests in a startup, we get 87 euros from the private market. So that is a very good leverage. And then, of course, to make it happen and to make it sustainable, we have a big attention for the high-tech ecosystem, which means that for the in 50 years we have a little bit more than 1,300 startups created, of which 85% are still in the running, still in business. So that is a little bit visually. You have the big university. We have, of course, science parkers. We have LRD. The university hospital is, once again, the biggest in our part of the world, with a lot of clinical trials, so a lot of research doing. We have a very narrow link with the industry and with the financial world. I think I'm in my 4 minutes, so thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. First and foremost, I wanted to extend a personal thank you to ISBA and Ramji for the invitation to come here and participate in this conference and speak on this panel. I've been looking forward to it, and it has not disappointed at all, so I appreciate that. I'm sure there's a number of you, though, are probably wondering, what is a business corporate lawyer from California doing at ISBACON in Guwahati, India? And how did that come together? So I was just going to briefly tell you kind of how that journey happened. True, I am a business lawyer. I do a lot of transactions for my clients, from early stage companies to multinational companies, and I really enjoy it. I've been doing it for about 35 plus years. Love counseling them through the growth process. That's fantastic. But honestly, where my true passion lies is in entrepreneurship. In addition to being a lawyer, I've also founded several companies and organizations. And what that has allowed me to do is develop a real understanding and, frankly, an empathy for entrepreneurs and what they have to go through to be successful. And also, I think, a unique perspective on how those individuals, or how we as an organization here, ISBA, and what I do back in California, how we can best serve them to give them an opportunity to be successful. One of the organizations that Ramji mentioned and that I founded 15 years ago in our area is called Bioscience Alliance. It's a nonprofit, holds an annual series of events to basically help facilitate the development of a life science cluster in our area that's called the 101 Biotech Corridor. It's just north of Los Angeles in California, and it's been a great experience. last year, as founder of that organization and also a partner at my law firm, Stradling, I co-led a life science trade delegation to India. First time I'd ever been here. We went to Delhi, Hyderabad, and Bengaluru. And candidly, I was blown away by what is going on here from an innovation perspective, from the ecosystem you're creating to help support your entrepreneurs, the incubator system. It was just remarkable. I was just so impressed by what you were putting together. Ramji and I connected. He was one of the several wonderful people I had a chance to meet and get to know. We kept in touch and wanted to do something together. We wanted to collaborate because that's what this is all about. And this is a scene at the event where he announced the execution of an MOU between Atal Incubation Center, Bioscience Alliance, and Ventura County, which is the local government where we are. So I just wanted to show that and want to thank him again for being a part of that effort, and I'm looking forward to making similar relationships with others in this room. The other thing that I'm currently co-leading in our area is the launching of a brand new life science incubator, which is the other kind of touch point to this conference. This is just premium state-of-the-art facility. Is right in Thousand Oaks, where you'll see again is Amgen. Those familiar with the biotech industry, it's one of the largest biotech companies in the world. It's a 35,000 square foot facility with capabilities to expand an additional 65,000 square feet. Our goal is to use it as a facilitator of relationships, both domestically, locally, and hopefully through maybe relationships here internationally. I think there's certainly opportunities for that, whether it be a flow of information, networks that we might have in California or the West Coast that you or your incubator companies might want an introduction to, or maybe even situations where you've got a company in India that wants a presence in the United States, is looking for a facility that it could locate to, and this would be that facility. So we're really excited about this. We're hoping that it's going to be up and running by May of next year. It's built out. Right now, we're just fine-tuning things, and it's ready to go. So as I mentioned, Amgen, one of the largest biotech companies in the world, is within 10 minutes of that incubator facility. And I know a number of senior executives there, and they're very interested in the facility and figuring out ways to collaborate with us and get involved in that facility, which obviously, to the extent people are involved in the facility, they're then going to be able to access that relationship with Amgen and the mentorship and the skill set that Amgen can bring to bear for life science companies. They've just recently announced that they're going to be building a $600 million innovation center on campus, which will basically be 10 minutes from the incubator center. So we're really excited about that because I think that, again, creates this synergy between innovation at an institution like that and what we're trying to do with this incubator facility. So it was great news when that came out about a month ago. And then lastly, this is just to give you a perspective of what's going on in the area. Again, the area is called the 101 Biotech Corridor. This is only a portion of that corridor. Probably 15 years ago when I started Bioscience Alliance, there were about 6 companies in the 101 Biotech Corridor. Last year we held our annual conference, and we've got about 60 in the area now, and it's growing rapidly. So real diverse, from pharma to med device to diagnostics, which I think is really a good thing. But it just gives you a quick perspective of what that's about. But so that's kind of how I got here, between meeting Ranji, being passionate about entrepreneurship, now with the incubator facility coming online where we are, hearing about what ISBA is and the organization you have here and the potential opportunities for collaboration. I look forward to having further discussions. As I've told Ranji before, I love discussions, but I'm kind of more of a man of action, and I really want actionable items to come out of those discussions, because that's really, at the end of the day, what this is all about, is actually getting things done. And so looking forward to the rest of the conference. And again, thank you so much for the invite.
Okay, till the presentation comes on, firstly, thanks a lot for having me here. It's wonderful to be back at ISBA for the second time. I'll give you a brief idea about what our office does. It's called the German Center for Research and Innovation, and we're an official government body from Germany's Federal Foreign Office for building relationships between India and Germany on science research innovation, very broadly. We're part of the German Academic Exchange Service, so DAAD. If some of you have known the DAAD, it's the largest PhD scholarship giving organization in the world. And at the DVH New Delhi, so we're 100 years old as an organization. In India, we've been there 65 years, so we have a very strong base in research innovation. The contacts that we have, we know the systems well from both the sides. And this is why around 5 years ago, we decided to also move into the space of science-based entrepreneurship, because we realized that there was no systematic exchange format, no systematic information available on both the sides, and this is what we decided to bridge. Before I tell you about what we do as an organization, I want to give you a bit of a thought process behind our work. So when we speak about internationalization of incubators or startups, we jump right into market access for startups. So saying, oh, how many startups have gone from India? How many have found a market there? This is the question we always get. We want to bring in a bit of different perspective, saying market access is not the only avenue for internationalization. It could be internationalization of incubators in the sense that there could be connects for joint formats. There could be international development, international mentoring networks. We spoke about it a little bit earlier. It could be looking for co-founders for startups, technology transfer as a mode of internationalization, and several other avenues that we can explore. And with this thread, we decided to run into this topic since around 2020, around the pandemic. And how did we do it? And how do we do it is, 1 second. Yeah, so this is the systematic connecting of the ecosystems that we wanted to do. So we started with pilot programs, seeing with select incubators to see if there was an interest, what did they want to see in terms of formats, what do actually even startups in different ecosystems mean? Because in Germany, there's a culture of startup teams. They don't register that quickly as we do here. So fundamentals, so clearing of fundamentals. We brought together a lot of incubators for workshops, for discussion on joint formats, topics of interests, and then we decided to run a couple of incubator exchange programs and innovator exchange programs. At the same time, I'll show it to you in the next slide, what we have done in terms of the connections. And the idea is that when we bring all of these together, that this network starts to work by its own, that they decide to do it bilaterally. We're always there to support. We're not a funding agency for startups. We're more of a platform for bringing all of them together. So this is where we've also slowly started seeing the results. So this is the ideology behind the programs. This is an example of some of our work that we did in the last 5 years. Oops, sorry. Yeah, so we essentially work on 4 levels. So the researchers or early stage startups. So we work with those who are either researchers who are interested in entrepreneurship, who would just like to explore whether this is even a path for me, to connect them a little bit early in their international journey, and early stage startups who are looking for joint technology development, looking for different markets, for scaling up, scaling down their technology. We run a cohort of researchers / early stage startup founders. We're in the 4th cohort with 30 participants every year, and we do this with a group of 15 incubators every year. So we've just finished that in Hyderabad. Then we've connected 80 incubators in workshops over the last few years, and we see that some of them have started working bilaterally on projects. I'll explain that in our discussion a little bit later. We're also very active giving information and expertise. We were on the G20 Startup 20 in the Startup 20 group, and have contributed to the international, so the Startup 20 communique. And at a policy level, Dr. Rajiv Kumar mentioned it in his talk that we are going to do the first ever co-funding program between India and Germany for startup and incubator exchange starting 2026. This is a brief overview of the incubators network that we've connected so far. This is not everybody in the network, but this is most of them, and this is only going to grow. And since incubators is one of our primary target groups of the program, I think we're at the right place here with ISBA, and we look forward to doing the connection, taking the connection further. Of course, none of this has happened just without the support of DST, Bharat, Atal Innovation Mission, who have contributed as partners or also with their expertise. A couple of industry people who've also helped us out in the background to set up these programs. So yeah, so that's a joint effort of everybody. Right, that would be from my side. Thank you. If you'd like to connect, these are our LinkedIn channels.
Yeah, so before I will fix up this issue, let me just start itself. And I will start with the Bollywood. So how many people have seen DDLJ? And I hope then you know Switzerland better from DDLJ, because most of the people know Switzerland from Dilwale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge movie. So yes, Switzerland, as I was mentioning, is a famous tourist location for most of the Indian. Is known for chocolate and cheese, but it is also to be known that it's a 8.7 million people country, which is basically from last 15 years consecutively is the Global Innovation Index #1 country too. So that's the difference. And I don't know, the first slide is not coming. I brought an octopus there to show you basically that why octopus is important for us. Because we work like an octopus. It's like a mycelium network which you have seen, which works under the surface, but it's very, very important for the nutrition and nourishment. That's how Swissnex is known for. And as I was mentioning that Switzerland is ranked #1 in Global Innovation Index, there are few mechanisms and tools which the country is using, and it's a very creative mechanism, and one of the mechanism is Swissnex. So I'm representing Swissnex. Swissnex is a direct representation of Ministry of Education, Research and Innovation of Switzerland. We generally call ourselves as an anomaly because it's a rare mechanism which we have seen, where a consulate has been merged with the science and technology. So foreign affairs and the science and technology has been merged as a body. And the consulate is not working on visa. So we don't process visa. So please don't come to me for visa processing for Switzerland. What we process is the brain between the country. Our focus is more on research and innovation side. We are not a trade agency also. We have a separate trade agency which works on import, export, setting up business. But we basically focus on research and innovation collaborations between India and Switzerland. This is the roadmap. So 25 years ago, Switzerland has done a heat map to understand what are the hotspots of technology in the world. And accordingly, they have identified the locations for Swissnex. And why Swissnex has been formed. Though it is one of the best innovation country, the problem is the scale. It's a very small market, and they want their startups and their researchers to go out of their country and excel in different part of the world. As a consequence, they have come out with the idea of Swissnex, and they have set up 28 locations. The black one, they are just a science and technology counselors inside the embassy. And the red one are the full-fledged team, almost like a 20-25 member team focusing on academics and innovation collaborations between India and Switzerland. So what I said, we connect Switzerland and India in research and innovations. talking about innovations, we have 3 major programs. AIT is only the bilateral program which we are having, where we basically bring 10 Indian and the 10 Swiss startups at an early stage. We don't focus much on the market access kind of program. The focus is on the early stage, because if they get exposed, if a Swiss startup comes to India at an early stage and get exposed to a different geographical condition and environment, it makes sense as an input to develop their product with a global perspective. Similarly, when an Indian startup goes to Switzerland and see the quality and the premium and the regulatory conditions for their product with a global lens, it makes difference. And we have seen the impact. Many of the Indian startups who went there, like 4Base Square, it was a 4-member company and it's a 200-member based out of Bangalore right now. They were the number 1. They won the prize at AIT camp in Switzerland. Pragma Tech is also, they won the first prize in AIT camp. So we are seeing that the startups, when they are getting inputs at the right stage, it's very important for them for the product development from a global perspective. AIT, as I said, is a bilateral program started with DST 10 years ago. 6 years we run with DST. In between we run with AIM too. This year it was funded by Government of Karnataka, so it got restricted to Government of Karnataka. But next year again we started discussing with DST, and I'm sure again it is going to be a national program. We have startup camps. This is also an innovative mechanism where the INOSYS, which is an innovation agency of Switzerland, basically they support their Swiss startups to validate their technology. Again, I'm saying it's a validation of their technology in an international market. It's not market access. They come here, they partner with Indian incubators, they partner with institutes, they partner with industries, hospitals, and they do validation of their technology in India. We have brought more than 100 plus startups through this camp. And the third one is the corporate innovation, where Switzerland is looking for the Indian innovation. I'm working on one of the corporate requirement, which is on food ingredient, natural food ingredient. And anybody having any startups or innovation or research in this area, please pass it on to me so that I will pass it on to the Swiss company, which is Givodon. This is this year camp of AIT. You can see we have forced people to wake up at 6 o'clock. All 20 startups, Indian and the Swiss startups. We went for a cycling and they realized, oh, we came for innovation, but they are forcing us with different things. But then they got exposed to different regulatory workshops from IP Global, Startup India, relevant. They visited L&T, ITC. All the 20 startups were a part of Bangalore Technology Summit. They pitched at Bangalore Technology Summit, and now the startups will be going to Switzerland in March during the Start Summit in Switzerland. The next one is the research. As said, we follow on the research exchange. We do dialogue. AMR is one we are focusing a lot, and we bring this partnership to a level so that it will be funded by Government of India level. So now the call is going to launch in 2026 first quarter for One Health between India and Switzerland, between DBT and SNSF, which is the Swiss National Science Foundation. We are working on dialogues, exchanges. With DST in 2027, we are focusing on launch of call on quantum, AI, and other emerging technologies also. So these are the exchanges. Yeah. And this is, I just wanted to focus, give me 1 minute because this is important, because we were talking about mapping of incubation infrastructure. And this is website, people should go there and you will see how Switzerland has mapped based on their R&D technology, based on their service technology platforms, infrastructure. So if I am doing research in quantum, I will go there, I will just select the right quantum structure, which lab, which infrastructure, the mentors, experts, the funding, everything is mapped, and they're called it as a Switzerland Treasury map. If I have 5 minutes afterward, I can show the real time how it works also. But thank you for this. Thank you. Oh, here is a frog now. Chairs, please.
Yeah, I request all the speakers to be on the stage once the chairs are ready. So as the session is actually scheduled till 3:30, I request all of you to be there till 3:40. Maybe, ma'am, is that okay?
Yes, we'll try and do
because I think, most of the speakers, they shared these things, and ma'am can please take it.
Now you know what each of our expert panelists are doing in their own country or in India. Just to extend the discussion, I will request Adishri and Rahul, the amazing work that you're doing. If you could just tell us of one success story so that they get a hint of what can you do and what can their ecosystem startups can do, and the challenge that you have faced. I'll start with Adishri.
Thank you. I'll start with the challenge. So
We'll start with the challenge.
Yes. So
Okay,
I
sure.
explained that we do like an entrepreneurship boot camp or an immersion program, which is for 10 days for Indian and German participants on ground. So we do this in India first because we also actively try to promote the Indian startup innovation ecosystem to the world. So there's an imbalance coming from Germany to India. So that's what also is one of our mandates. And in this program, which we thought, we've reached the 4th cohort now. The first year of the program, we planned with 30 participants. We started with 8. We had bachelor students who were just, looking for coming to India to figure out, okay, maybe India is great for yoga, India is great for other things. So we had them. We had some senior startup founders who thought, we could help them bridge and find them some contacts here. And they were clueless, and we were also to a certain extent clueless. So we started from there. We ran, now this year we just ran the 4th cohort with 30 participants with 15 incubators. I can name the ones from India: CCamp, IISc, IIT Hyderabad, KIT, IIT Kanpur, and also University of Hyderabad are partners with us, and several others who contribute in the background with mentoring, expert sessions, and so on. So we have a very large network. What we see after 4 years that we finally can get 70% PhDs in the program from both the sides. So it took us that long to move the networks. So it's been a process, so talking to a lot of incubators, participants, and so on. And this is also like one of the success stories, I would say, to get PhDs even to, some of them come saying, is this entrepreneurship for us? What can we do? And we've managed to convince some of them, and they are now co-founders in different startups. So when they came, they were just students figuring out their next steps. And that's also a soft success for us. And the other success which I can say is, similarly we run programs for incubators as well, so incubator workshops. And 2014 we had a delegation planned for German incubators coming to India. When we were planning that, we thought, okay, maybe we would get 8, 9, by difficulty. We got 18 people, 18 incubators coming to India. All of them, for the first time, had no clue about the Indian system. And 5 of them have cooperation set up already.
Oh, wonderful.
So
that's really very, very encouraging. Rahul, from your side, please.
Okay, I will start with the success story.
Yes.
Okay, so there is one startup called a Sinler. Many of you know that. It's a robotic startup based out of Bangalore. And few years ago, where they were not so big, they came to us as a part of one of the program. And they are basically working on a robots which could basically identify any of the objects and change its jaw automatically. So you need not have to change every time the hand what is used for the object. So they went to Switzerland as a part of one of the cohort, met with EPFL Lausanne with the robotic labs, and they found synergy there. There they started developing their product. They trained their product on object visualization intelligence with 1 lakh kind of data. And today the startup has grown like some that from Switzerland, now they are going to Japan, US and other part of the Europe. So this is one success story which I'm saying. The second part which I said is a challenge is we focus more on early stage. Switzerland is bottom-up economy, it's not top-down approach. It's a early stage startups, how you can support and especially focus on deep tech. When it comes to the bilateral program, the major challenge is one is we don't get any early stage startups who wanted to go to Switzerland and try their product and validate. And second is, if we get also, they are not from the deep tech. So for example, this year I got 60 applications. Out of 60 applications, I was supposed to screen 10, but I am able to get 8 somehow. So you can imagine what we have to focus on. So these are the challenge where are two different economies.
Sure, I think this is something that ISBA and some of the incubators can work with you to actually scout locally and get some good startups at the early stage and deep science, deep tech kind of startups. Okay, so thank you so much. Now I'll request, I'll start with James. James, and this will be the same kind of question to all of you. You have seen Indian startups in your cluster, in your culture. What kind of challenges do they face? Which sectors are they in, or what stage? Stage as in the life cycle.
Okay. Actually, India to the South Korea, Republic Korea, we are big company like Samsung and LG and Hyundai. Hyundai is they should big relationship, strong relationship with India, because India is a very huge consumers are there. So based on that, there is like Dr. Lemji is also has the experience in Korea.
Yes.
So many right now is many the Indian startups is working in our country in South Korea. The sector is definitely IT, and computer science is number one, and recently biotechnology is booming up. And the stage, their stage is right now is up to the pre-Series A stage.
Oh, okay,
there.
still early.
Yeah, still early, still early. And probably there is some many limitations of that. First of all, the language is the language as well as the visa limitation is a big problem. But the India, different from the China, actually it's big tycoon, big country in Asia is China and India, and they are the different thing is India can speak English very well, different from the China. So if we that the skills probably in the future there is many regions could be extended like that. So that is the current situation.
A follow-on question: which area of South Korea? I've been to Daejeon and Seoul. Which area do you see?
You mean the region, right?
Which region?
Yeah.
Yes.
In Korea, it's small country, so almost the half of population is living in the Seoul metropolitan.
Yes.
So usually Seoul metropolitan area, and as well as Daejeon. Daejeon has a KAIST, Korean Technology and Science, very like IIT, but the KAIST is located in Daejeon and Daejeon area, and Dr. Ramji was in the Busan area. So there is three big regions right there.
Yes. Daejeon is huge, and the way it's been planned, it's amazing.
There is a lot of skills of their technology. Yeah, that's true.
So good. Love to hear from you.
Okay, yeah. Well, in fact, I have two caps on my head. Speaking about the university, we can say that for the non-European students, India is the second largest group.
First largest would be which one? The largest?
The largest is, of course, China, but luckily going down rather quickly.
Yes.
So why India House is there is because our mayor thought India is the biggest democracy in the world. It is a country that is coming up in the market very, very, very strongly, and we have to do something with it. Speaking about the university, we have so on our 55,000 students, every academic year we have at least 1,000 Indian students, but not in the bachelor's, mostly not in the master's, but in the PhD programs and the postdoc programs, because we have such high and deep research. Leuven is home to IMEC, so that is the biggest nanotechnology research institute in the world. Biotech, health tech is what we are very strong in. And there we see the Indians coming. And the one who stay in Leuven, they will find employment almost immediately, not so much as entrepreneurs themselves, but in the startups and the spin-offs of the university. Challenge is that nobody in Belgium is really focused on India. That is a big problem that we see, but at the other hand, the renown of the KU Leuven is as such that we have sufficient and very good students from India.
Yeah, actually, I've been to some science parks and incubators in Belgium. Through your India, the consulate is in Chennai, isn't it?
I'm so sorry,
of course
ma'am.
in Delhi, but also in Chennai.
So because there is no focus, nobody wants to be focused on India. Due to a lack of personnel, we had to close down our consulate in Chennai.
Oh.
So we are now only in Mumbai and in Delhi.
And Mumbai and New Delhi.
Yeah.
Let's see, because I had seen a lot of avenues for working in Belgium when I went. It was it was pre-COVID. I was taken from here through the consulate in Chennai. And it was actually a 2-day exposure, and it was quite good. Let me see if I can work on that, the institutes that I visited.
Yeah, so for the moment only the Brussels University is part of the Science Parks Association.
ISP, of course.
But I spoke already to my VC that is a shame that we are not there.
Okay, sure. Friend.
Yeah. So as far as geography, and this is mainly myself as a lawyer, certainly Silicon Valley is a concentration. Tech, life science, immediately in the area where I'm located, I would say life science in large part because of Amgen, frankly, and the amount of Indian citizens that have been brought in there over the years. And then you kind of skip on down to San Diego and a growing presence in LA. So, and again, IT and life science. I think when you look at challenges, well, of course, one of the more recent ones, and we're going to see how this plays out, is the H-1B visa fee.
Yeah, I agree.
I hope that changes, but
I agree.
We shall see. And then I think that there's the normal challenges. I mean, and this is what part of what ISBA's doing, what you do for a living. It's creating an ecosystem that supports these people, because I throughout my career, I've worked with brilliant people, scientists, PhDs. I worked at Los Alamos National Laboratories. They're literally building nuclear bombs. These are very, very smart people, but they've never started and grown a company. And so they need that ecosystem, the support group, and that was one of the reasons I actually created Bioscience Alliance, is because it became that. And I think without it, and without an effective one, we know the percentage of startups that fails as it is, and if you don't have a strong ecosystem or support group that gives them a better chance of succeeding, then it's really difficult.
Yes. I know 2 institutions in your area. One is LATA, and I've interacted with them quite closely. And if there is some way we could work with Shukla, you would know him.
Yes.
Rahul.
Yeah, Rahul.
Yeah. And of course, Sidhu Senai. There again, the tech transfer office is quite strong.
I mean, there's several organizations. I mean, City of Hope, Cedar Sinai,
yes.
Caltech, of course.
Caltech, of course, yes.
Yeah.
So that's a very strong region. And what I understand, LA was not coming up for some reason, and now there are various other, apart from life sciences, there are other focus areas that are coming up, including, I think, media and other areas.
Yeah, there
which
are.
was kind of New York bastion earlier.
Yes.
So it'll be interesting to look at different kinds of technologies. So
I mean, it's always been a challenge in Southern California in general, is because of the geographic dispersity.
Sure,
There's no
Yes.
Unlike the Bay Area, there's no high concentration. It's starting to change, but it's a barrier.
Yeah. So with that, before Ramji, will you give me? Okay, whatever I say, yeah. Okay, so I'll start. So Brent said something which actually struck me. He said, "I'm a man of action." Here, same here. So there's a question for all of you. If we have to take this conversation forward, can we look at one thing that we can do with ISBA? Any suggestion, any first step that we should take?
It's a great question. I guess the response I have is you have to have a discussion to figure out ways you can create a mutually beneficial collaboration or relationship, because without it, it's not going anywhere. So I think it's really getting together and identifying, hey, how can your organization help mine, and how can mine help yours? And if you can identify 2 or 3 things in that discussion process, then there's a far better chance of succeeding. And maybe I'm old school, I think meeting people in person is so important too, and developing those personal relationships. So those would be my 2 cents.
Adishri?
Thank you. Since we work with a group of, a network of incubators, and we have some blueprint already, I think.
Can ISBA come in somewhere as a
so
incubator of incubators?
Yeah, instead of reinventing the wheel, we can join hands, and then for the international, the Germany leg, so to say, we can connect the incubators together. And we'd be happy to have in our existing programs, expertise in kind contribution from ISBA to see if also the incubators would like to see how the formats are running, and then take them up themselves bilaterally later. So we can do that.
So thank you. Rahul?
Yeah, from my side, I will just go with the low-hanging fruit.
Sure.
We are already discussing AIT with DST. DST will definitely select one of the incubators. I was speaking with Rajiv ji today that during this cohort, when they go to Switzerland and they understand different ecosystem, it's good to have some of the ISBA and incubator managers to also be there along with them, so that they learn from the different ecosystem. Second thing which I just shown, a Switzerland treasury map, and happy to help in basically how the Switzerland treasury map is working.
Sure.
And I understand the scale of India because I worked on this side also.
Yeah.
It's not so much easy, and I understand iSTEM also because I was a part of Office of PSA. So I think if you need some kind of help in Switzerland treasury map kind of thing, happy to help and see how Switzerland can also help you. Third thing which we discussed is also how we can look for a program which is a long term. It's not just a visit.
Correct.
And I'm looking for some of the mechanism in Switzerland side, and then come back to you saying that, okay, this is there. And I'm sure DST is very much open to take it, and where ISBA role would be there.
Okay. I'll take up on you on that. We'll see. Good. If there's...
Yeah, well, speaking for LR&D, we have this program that we, as LR&D, we can help startups and scale-ups at the moment that there is a link with the university. Now, we have such a program that when you want to do, you have your startup already established here, but you need, in a certain field, more and deep research. You can find, possibly, a professor at our university, start a PhD, and then also establish, or at least try to see what it is to be in a European market. So that is something we could do also on a more sustainable, long-term basis.
Okay. And James, I know about RB and ISBA, but anything else that you want to suggest?
Yeah. We need a soft lending program as well as investment program is very important. But I will give you a very important tip to you. So there is based on my experience, 3 months ago, I went to the Xi'an, China, and I visited BI, Business Incubation Center in there. There is a very well prepared system, and we have a very good relationship. Just we have contact point to them. And then They about 1 month ago, one of the company in Xi'an just contact me by email. They want to some like Korean regulation is too strict, so how to solve them? So I just connected to the Korean law firm, so they can solve them. So always you can use if you have any problem in India or happening in Korea, just contact me. So that is a very important tool to me. I'm the representative of the Korea Business Incubation, and then I can give you some the key solution. And the second thing is if the question and you are asking is very rationally, then I will ask the Samsung and the Hyundai and the LG. So they have big money, so probably they can solve to you, including the investment. So there is there is some tip off to you.
So you remember Samsung and LG funding some of our startups.
Yeah,
wonderful. With that, there is only time for one question, and I see one hand going up or two hands. That's for this. Gaurang has to ask something. Yes.
One of the issues which we have faced a couple of times. So startups go for market access programs. So they have been to US, they have been to Europe, and they are raising their pre-series A, series A round. The issue is that most of the VCs, institutional investors, want them to flip the company, but we have supported them through the Biotech fund or the DST fund, and it's very difficult. It's a mess. So then we have to go and discuss with the investor and make them understand that it won't be possible. So many a times it's more of a debate, discussion, and then the deal goes on. So what do you suggest? How do you tackle this situation?
Brent, do you have a solution for this?
Yeah, if I did, I tried, but really did. I mean, it's a situation that I hear about so often. I mean, I know a company that one of the founders was based in the U.S., one was based in India. They formed the entity in India, formed a wholly owned subsidiary in the U.S., and we're trying to raise money. But to your point, you know, if the money has to come out of the U.S. for whatever reason, that's just where the source is for that particular company or technology, they don't want to invest in an Indian company. And I think there's certain funds that are starting to look at that situation a little differently. I think they're open to funding or being an LP in an Indian fund that might help solve some of that problem. But I don't know if there's a clear answer. Maybe somebody else has it up here. But it is a reason, unfortunately, that sometimes companies are forced to go to the U.S. to seek funding because they can't get it any other way.
That has happened so often with our companies, yes.
But I think the vice versa is also same. So whenever the Swiss startups come to India and any Indian investor has to invest, they also ask the same condition.
That's
so
a difference. I'll tell you, there's a difference. Here, if you set up a subsidiary, Indian subsidiary, that's okay. You fund the Indian subsidiary. There, they'll say all the IP to be transferred.
Yeah.
So basically the equity goes there, the IP goes there. The Indian company actually loses out. So I think there are many questions, I'm sure, but in the interest of time, so Ramji, it's yours. You have to see there are hands coming up. You have to decide.
I know there are so many questions, but immediately we have some break so we can interact directly because they are here till tomorrow as well. And of course, evening we have a networking dinner. Sorry for this because other next session speakers are already there. Thank you so much, ma'am. Really, big round of applause. Really, not only having some kind of, their own presence in their countries, but, how they're intercalating with the other territories. I think a brilliant session, madam. Thank you so much. Please be on stage. Now time for felicitations. Thanks to all the speakers who actually gave their inputs and also kind of offers to all the incubators who can expand their presence in global territories. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ramji.
So I now request Dipanita ma'am to felicitate Brent.
the selection process of a startup, I know I'm going to, nobody's going to talk to me after this, okay? That's perfectly fine. But the truth is, I'm sure you're not. That if this is a forum that we can engage, discuss, and dialogue. So that we thought the first and foremost is the ability to select the right startup. Because to me, how many of you heard this word GIGO? G-I? What is it? Let us be positive. Good in, good out. Right? Good startups, good EIRs, entrepreneur residents, good identification of the right entrepreneur, and they actually go and then come out. Not everybody of them, at least 10-15% of them come out successfully. It's a great thing for us, right? So good in, good out is a very, very important philosophy. I'm sure you should be looking at how am I selecting my right entrepreneurs? How am I selecting these startups? How am I selecting? And because there is a huge opportunity, because the truth is, there are hundreds of startups who write to me saying that I'm trying to apply for this scheme, I'm trying to apply for this scheme, I'm trying to really see hustle. But when we push them to the incubator, or rather, since we not push them, when we direct them to the incubator, when we direct them to the accelerator, they don't get selected at times, right? So it's an important element to please keep meritocracy as one of the most important aspect of selection of your startups, which will be very, very critical, because that is the fundamental driver for growth in the company, and that company grows, you automatically grow, right? And that's what best incubators and accelerators today are sitting on cash reserves and valuations are trying to do. So difficult. But if it was easy, everybody would have done it. We don't need you to, that is the way it is, right? So my humble submission is kindly look at how you're selecting your startups, what kind of selection process we have, what kind of committees we are putting together. The most important part is, put the meritocracy beyond anything else and see what is there in terms of real potential. And then second aspect is, of course, the ability to kind of give them value beyond money is something that we really need to look at, because to my mind, I have done many conversations with startup in multiple forums. Good startup asks for customer connects, right? Good startups say, sir, great startups ask for POCs. Sir, हमको POC दिला दीजिए, right? Good startups ask for customer connects. Great startups ask for POCs. Startups who ask for money, and I've seen a spectrum of them. People who just come with a couple of slides and ask for 50 crores. And I had one startup. He asked me for 300 crores 50 crores cash and 300 acres in land. I didn't know where to send him, which incubator accelerator to send him. Right? So having said that, my request is the great startups ask for POCs. So how do we really structure the whole building this ecosystem, building your capabilities geared towards the ability to find customers to your startups is something which is very, very important, right? It's true. Once you find a customer, and that is what I've been championing in the last 5-6 years in my past life in T-Hub. I said corporate innovation open innovation is a very important piece to drive, and that is something that you really could look at. And last but not the least, if you're looking at, once you select the right startup, you give them the right support system, investors will run after the startups. I have a few investors I can see here, but I'm telling you, no matter how much we host them dinners, how much we host them for tea and coffee, how much we host them for demo days, if they don't find the right startup, they are not going to write a check. Right? If there are right startups, they will be, even if they're hiding in Timbuktu, they will find them. Because that's what they're driven by. They're driven by good horses that they want to bet on. Right? So our job is fundamentally to build good businesses. So that is my, another thing that I wanted to share. Why am I sharing this? It's not that something you don't know. It's because at a national, when I started looking at data and when I started looking at things in the national level at MeitY Startup Hub, it is not just the startup problem, it's also our problem. right? It's also something that the incubators, accelerators need to focus on, because they need to look at their own decision-making pattern, their own governance and focus areas, and last but not the least is the end objective, because otherwise we will continue to depend on this 2 lakhs, 3 lakhs that the MeitYs and the DSTs give you. You will never be able to build a company which can give you a 50-60 crore return on one exit. Right? So that's the difference I would like to bring about. And one of the important, I know we are running short on time, so I'll keep it short. One of the last things and the most critical thing that we want to look at is because if you add value to the startup, they will respect and respond. And when they respond, with data, it becomes a huge support system for us to build policies. I'm sure, the Bylaw team is represented here. DST, I think, sir is here. All of us are in very, very, in a very hungry mode for good data coming out of the startup ecosystem, right? The truth is, we are flying blind. We have put in thousands of crores, right? We have put in hundreds of crores. We have funded. I'm sure it is going to take its time, but the ability to really put a very, very defined outcome number on the way we want to do it is still not there. At least my expectation or my humble request would be, let us at least commit to put a mechanism to collect this data so that we know how the startups that we have funded, we have supported are actually performing. And that is only possible if the incubators decide to take it seriously, if the accelerators decide to take it seriously, that you should be partnering with a startup and build that relationship where if you ask them data, if not in 24 hours, at least in 48 hours, at least in 72 hours, we can get that data, and because otherwise I could see so 10% of you are actually using a platform, then it's all sitting in some Excel sheets, or it's all sitting in some WhatsApp chats, or it's all sitting in some individual's memory. And as the person goes, everything is lost. So your institutional memory or institutional knowledge is also lost. So that is something which we are very keen on. So I am really keen to work with all of you. Our ability, we will put all our might, all our capabilities. You tell us what the challenges are, because I know startups have their own challenges, but end of the day, it's our combined responsibility between the incubator and the organization to collect the right data and present it to the right leaders and the policy makers so that we are able to further fine-tune. Otherwise, you will keep getting, today morning we heard this thing, 20 lakh, 30 lakh is not going to be enough for a deep tech startup. Of course, it is not going to be enough. But the next question will be, how much is enough? Or how much we should budget? We don't have data for it. Right? We need data, right? We need... after studying 150 deep tech startups, this is the average investment that is required to be plugged into a deep tech startup over this much period of time. Can anybody put up their hands and say today? I doubt. Right? And that is the data points that we need, and that is what will help in different. Otherwise, we'll keep making schemes based on our own understanding. Last time we gave 30 lakhs, this time we'll give 40 lakhs. This whole spray and pray method is going to be a very big challenge. That part is over. I think 10 years of Startup India, we have built the width, as I mentioned in the morning. Now it's important to build a depth with the fundamentally strong companies, which requires a very, very different approach. And that could be only possible if we collaborate and co-create this. And for that, it's very, very important to get this data point. And for that, it is very important for the incubators, accelerators to drive a very, very fundamentally disciplined action point, which is collecting data, and that is possible by building good relationship with the startups, which means adding value to them beyond disbursing money. Right? I think that's the whole thing that we need to be looking at. and we, believe me, it is not just a MeitY problem. It's a probably challenge for DST. It's probably a challenge for DBT, and Bylaw, and definitely for Startup India as well, because I'm also part of the NSAC. So we see this as a, so we will have to come together, and I am willing to, with Prasad and me were discussing, and we are willing to put together a very close task force to drive this challenge, because otherwise it will be very, very challenging for us to take it to the next level. Because, there will be a lot of questions on the amount of money spent. It's public money, it's your tax money and my tax money. It will be very, very important to bring in some sort of a structure to this whole process and take this forward, right? So governance at your level, and one last line, to tell, people don't do what you ask them to do, right? People don't do what you ask them to do, people do what you do. It's as simple as that. If we want our startups to be compliant, if we want our startups to be sharing data and being, having governance, it starts with us, right? And in as much as I can, in the last 1 year, we have put in a lot of measures and mechanisms in MeitY Startup Hub to make every possible aspect transparent, and including the entire funding process for some second cohort. It's absolutely transparent. In a week's time or in a month's time, when the scheme is over, you will find everything on my webpage, right? So we are wanting to do things that in a very different manner, and we seek your support, we seek your partnership, and as in government institutions, I can talk, we need your support and partnership in building this whole data-driven perspective towards the startup ecosystem, right? So with that, I really thank Prasad and the team for having me share this opportunity, and that's something which I'm sure we will all think about it, and we will all deliberate and make this happen together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Paneer Selvam, for that enlightening discussion and sharing your thoughts with our larger audience. We greatly value your support, and heartfelt thank you to you. Thank you. So before we move on, I would like to proudly say that ISBA is powered by IDFC First Bank, a valued support. We are really thankful to the support that you offered us, and we are really looking forward to it. And on that note, I would like to invite Mr. Bhavesh Chatania, Head of Startup Banking, the leader who champions innovative startups with customized banking solutions, supporting them from idea to scale up with the right financial guidance. And next in line we have Mr. Girish Malhotra, Head of New Economy Group, driving the bank's initiative in digital payments, fintech collaboration, and emerging business segments, shaping the future of India's new age economy. So can we have a big, big round of applause for both of them? Thank you.
Well, good evening, everybody, and I want to start by telling you how incredibly pleased I am to be here today. Now at IDFC First Bank, we do a lot of these events, and I'm sure you know about them, but this one feels particularly special. We do a lot of events with VCs and Ps and founders and startups of all sorts, but this event feels special because of two reasons. One, of course, it's because it's with the incubators, and you are truly the early schools, the nurseries, the mentors, the coaches, even guardians for many startups who will go ahead and sort of become big and do amazing things and change the world for the better. So that's why this particular event feels particularly special to me. The other, of course, is the setting. I think it's an amazing idea to do it with an IIT based in Guwahati, which is obviously, is a very able representative of the entire northeast of the country. So for those two reasons, I think this event is particularly special to us at IDFC First Bank. Now, the other thing, of course, is I feel lucky to be here also. I was at a similar event yesterday in Bangalore. It's called the Economic Times Leaders of Tomorrow, and we've sponsored that event for about 7 or 8 years now. And I couldn't miss that, and I couldn't miss this one. So I had to take a morning flight at 5:40 a.m. today to Guwahati from Bangalore. It was an Indigo. So I honestly, I mean, I was really hoping that but they've done a good job, you know. The flight was before time. In fact, Bhavesh's flight in Air India got delayed and mine was on time. So I think they've recovered from that initial sort of fiasco. Now, I'm the head of the New Economy Group at IDFC First Bank. And Bhavesh will take us through a more detailed presentation on what we do at the New Economy Group. But I want to talk to you very briefly about a couple of fundamental things that drive us at the New Economy Group. And so I think there are two pillars or two fundamental tenets on which we base what we do. Our charter is to support and stand by the entire startup ecosystem. That's our charter. And there are two fundamental pillars. The first pillar, of course, is to bring out products and present products that are unique, custom designed, and specifically tailored to the needs of the startups. And not just startups, in fact, to the entire ecosystem, whether you're a VC, whether you're a PE, or whether you're an early stage startup, whether you're an incubatee startup, or you're a unicorn. The first pillar is, of course, to not present products which are run-of-the-mill, which are off the shelf, right? Because the startups of all sorts and VCs and PEs have very unique sort of financial needs. And so we think we've been able to curate tailor-made products that match those financial needs. So the first pillar is to come up with financial products which meet the demands and the needs of startups and almost all the stakeholders of the startup ecosystem. That's the first pillar. The second pillar, and I think that's at least equally important, some would argue in my team that that's more important, and I stand with them honestly on that, is not just be their financial partner, not just be their business partner, but figure out solutions for their business to do well, for their business growth. And that's where engagements like this, which bring together all stakeholders of the ecosystem, whether it's VCs, PEs, startups themselves, founders, policymakers, all of them together, financiers, you know. So bring them all together to a platform where they can sort of, there can be exchange of ideas, they can collaborate, they can co-create. So that's the second pillar. So the first one is to create innovative financial products. The other, financially help startups and everybody else in the ecosystem with unique products. But the other is to help their business. Because obviously if their business, that's a cliche, but if their business grows, our business growth is dependent on that. So so those are two fundamental pillars, and as Bhavesh takes you through a more detailed presentation, keep those two pillars in mind, and I urge you to see how that presentation brings out with examples across both the pillars and how both of them actually work together. With that, I want to thank on behalf of IDFC First Bank, I want to thank ISBACON for putting this together. And for the rest of the evening, all the best to all of you. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you, Girish. Thank you for that context and doing all the serious talk. I'm here now to do all the fun, right? So what we're going to do is, see, when we go to events like this, typically what we end up doing is taking you through some serious presentation, right, which talks about what we do and why we do what we do, right? Typically that's what it covers, right? We said it's so normal, it's to essentially take you through, and so boring also sometimes, right? Why don't we give it a twist this time? The team came back with an idea that, listen, our brand ambassador is Mr. Bachchan. Why don't we have Mr. Bachchan essentially present to you? I said, how do you get Mr. Bachchan to present to the team here, right? And they said, no, sir, you do it. You do it on behalf of Mr. Bachchan. We'll give you some dialogues of Mr. Bachchan. You can kind of recite in front of the group here, right? And I said, Mr. Bachchan and me, right? Nor do I know how to act. How do I? He's a legend. I mean, with all that also, you could hardly, you know, do what he does. But we said, let's give it a try. I hope you enjoy it, right? But before I go ahead, are you up for it? Yes? Okay, fantastic, fantastic. Great. So we're going to have some fun. We're going to also in the process know what we do and why we do what we do. All right? Let's go. हाँ, रिश्ते में तो हम आपके बैंकर लगते हैं. नाम है IDFC First Bank, right? But sir, bank नहीं है. We are much more than a bank there. And I'm not going to tell you as to what we do. I'll have actually Mr. Bachchan telling you this. So I hope you got the message. You know why we say we are not just a bank, right? We are much more than a bank for this community, be it startups, innovators in this space, right? Incubators here. What is IDFC First Bank? And I'm not going to tell you as to when did we start and all that stuff, right? I'm going to tell you what are we trying to do here in IDFC First Bank. We're trying to build a world-class bank here in India, right? We are here to build a world-class bank here in India based on ethics, technology, and social good. And these are not mere words for us. We put our action behind these words. So when we say ethics, we do a whole lot of things, but give you an idea, in fact, when we started off our savings account, we said we're going to waive up charges on some 20-odd services, right? Which most banks charge you today for that, a simple checkbook charge or a statement charge or something that you don't realize that's charged in your statement, but that gets charged to you, right? We said things that you don't understand, we're not going to charge you for the same, right? Okay. On the technology front, do you guys know that the IDFC First Bank app is rated 4 in the world? It's 4.9 on App Store, 4.8 on App Store, and 4.9 on Google Play Store, right? So that's the kind of rating that you're talking about when you're talking about technology. That's what we mean, right? The way you experience technology. In social good, there's so many things, including the grants that you see today that we do, including the loans that we do. One of the things that we do is amongst our borrowers, large part of our borrowers are actually first-time borrowers. Our first-time borrowers, right? All right. Yes, and we are a bank for innovation and for innovators like you here. And again, these are not mere words. Look at what's in front of you at this point, and I'll call out a couple of them, right? When we started a savings account, and one could say, what's there in the savings account? How much can you innovate in a savings account, right? But there are many opportunities of improving on a savings account. When we looked at the space and said, listen, why is interest being paid on savings account on a quarterly basis? And it's been there for all the time that we have existed. I'm sure all of us in this room never questioned that part. We looked at this and said, listen, we are an EMI bank. As I told you, large part of our customers pay us EMIs, right? If we're going to charge you payment, or we're going to ask you to pay on a monthly basis, we might as well give you interest on a monthly basis, right? Sense of equity. So that's the innovation that I'm talking about, and a whole lot of things I told you about the app and other things also, right? Credit cards. All of you have used credit cards? Any of you have ever revolved on credit card payment? Do you ever do that? Anybody? Yeah? Why don't you do that? Credit card is supposed to be a credit card, which means it's supposed to make a payment and use the credit if you need it. In India, credit cards are actually payment cards. Let's be honest about it, right? Why? Because you can't use the credit part of the credit card. If you do that, they actually take you to the jail. Just kidding. They actually charge you an interest, which is as bad as that. All right? So our credit card typically is a true credit card in the sense that the interest rate starts from 9% upwards, linked to your CIBIL score. So ideally, the credit part of credit card is actually personal loan to you. Ideally, that's what you should be charged, right? So small things, large things, big things that makes a difference, right, to your life. Innovation, as you all know it, as you all promote it with your startups, with your cohorts, right, is what we do as a bank as well. So this is the bank for innovators. Innovation तो है, and मैं और मेरा बैंक हमेशा startups की बातें क्या करते हैं, right? क्या बातें करते हैं? Let's समझते हैं. Okay. So this life cycle, all of you understand? Early to growth, growth to mature life cycle, and one can come back and say, no, early growth, late growth, mature. I mean, there are many ways you can cut it, right? And people do cut it many ways. Yes or no? Yeah? But no bank has a single structure which helps a startup, right, across its life stages. One of the biggest problems in banks today is that banks live in islands. You have a retail bank, you have a commercial bank, and you have a corporate bank. And these structures have been created for traditional businesses. Because traditional businesses move across their life stages really slowly. And it does not matter to them, beyond a point, right? Startups move across their life stages really quickly. And if that's the case, how can you have the same structure serve a segment that moves across the life stages where moving across one island to another island is like not possible? We have, as a bank, created a structure which helps startups move across life stages seamlessly through a single structure, single team. And we have products and solutions essentially to cater to each stage. All right. So we started about 3.5 years back. We're a young bank like most of your startups are. Very young bank, all right? We started about 3.5 years back. And as always, as the way it happens, you start last in the queue there. But as I speak today, हम जहाँ खड़े हैं वहीं से line शुरू होती है. Yeah? Let's see how. So 40% of unicorns and sunicorns actually bank with us. But that's not all. That's not all. That's what most banks do actually anyways, right? Most banks actually go to large customers, which is meatier on the end of the segment, and say, hey, you know what? I will give you a loan, I'll do blah, 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 whatever, right? We do that as well. But at the same time, we also help startups grow across their life stages. Look at some of these numbers, right? We have some 30,000 odd customers, startup customers at this point, the largest in the space. The largest in the space now, right? Look at this number. 34% of our startups actually coming from tier 2, tier 3. Our startup services are offered to customers not just from 5 key locations or 10 key locations. We have startup customers across 190 locations now. We work in a hub and spoke model where startup services is offered through all our branches. Or rather, I would say most of our branches. All right? So we don't look at, as I told you, we don't look at startups or the ecosystem or investors in isolation. We have a 360 view of this entire segment. And we see where we can kind of add value. We cover the entire, as I said, we are a horizontal across the bank. We have a 360 approach on the segment, which means whatever the segment needs, not just startups, not just investors, incubators, the entire ecosystem, what it needs is what's delivered through this team that you have, that you see here. And it's not just about banking, as I told you. Banking is only one part of it. We have something called a founder success program, if you see on my right, on my left here. When most banks talk about beyond banking is like getting some offers from some of these ERPs and HRMS companies, right? That's what beyond banking seems to me in India at least, right? Not so for us. We've created structures where the startups or the founders get mentorship, get help, get connections, right? At times get grants. And we don't directly do investments in startups, but we do it through VCs. So that's what we do, as in we take LP positions in a lot of these VCs. All right, for the startups at an early stage, as I told you, offering across their needs statements from a simple current account, which is free, pay-as-you-go current account, which means at an early stage you may not be earning any money, so I don't charge you any services. Even a service like a doorstep banking is free to startups, which costs us money. So it's a loss leader for us, so to speak. The whole idea is as you grow along, as you grow in your life stage, you will be able to pay for it, or startups will be able to pay for it, right? To a no-lien account, which is typically a grants account that every startup needs, from a working capital solution to a business credit card. And let me focus on a business credit card again. At an early stage, most startups don't get business credit card because it's not obviously a leverage play at that point, not a debt play at that point, right? Because debt can actually be a double-edged sword if you take it at that stage. So we give a secured credit card to begin with in an early stage, and with your payment records, we actually give you a top-up credit on the same. A very unique product, again, not with anybody else. And I spoke to you about the Founder Success Program as well. And we don't just stop at early stage. Obviously, as you grow along, the needs statement changes. And the whole suite of products, including your co-creation opportunity for products along with it. And I'll show you some. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to show and tell also some of these videos I'll show you as to what we do in this regard, right? So our Founder Success Program works across the spectrum, from a very early stage when we have a program like Leap to Unicorn, which is a knowledge and connect program for early stage startups, right, to a startup lounge. Doesn't that sound counterintuitive? Typically, lounges are offered to people who have lots of money, isn't it? People who can pay for hotel lounges maybe are offered free lounges, correct? Not us. We offer these lounges to startups at an early stage. The whole idea is startup work out of their own places. And there's a beautiful lounge based out of Bangalore, heart of Bangalore in Koramangala that we have. So startups work out of those lounges whenever they need to have a team meeting. Startups actually come to our lounges to meet investors. A lot of traveling startups come and use it as a pit stop also. By the way, as we speak, we are on the verge of completing season 3 for Leap to Unicorn, where the startups have got shortlisted, and we just shot the episode where some of these guys actually raised money through investors, right? The episode should be coming in, should be aired sometimes in January now. First Wings Connect is actually a monthly platform that we have where we get our startups to essentially pitch to investors, raise money, and gain knowledge out of their wisdom. We also have a digital platform now where startups can get connected to investors on their own, right? By leaving a request on the digital platform, and we ensure, to the extent possible, connect all the startups to the investors. We work with a lot of investors here in this. Our ecosystem partners currently, and I'm sure there are many there who can become our ecosystem partners. All right, a lounge again, as I said. That's the show and tell part of our lounge. A unique program called First Symphony. As you scale, as you've got a product market validation, what you need from a corporate. We've been all speaking about industry linkages here in this room and how important they are. How do we play our role in that space? We essentially work with startups, a lot of these VCs, right? And get our entire senior management in a single room. Look at startups not just from their own banking perspective, but beyond as to how we can kind of co-create products with the startups, connect them to their potential customers, both business and consumers, right? Or maybe take it to other corporates that they want to get connected, whom we know.
So we want socio-economic impact. And socio-economic impact means, according to Viksit Bharat, 100% poverty elimination, 100% access to education and healthcare, 70% of our economy should be driven by women, and we are talking about the marginalized communities and all the other communities of India being equally represented and having an equal opportunity to be able to not only grow, but to have growth for others and enable growth for others. The third part for this is technology advancement. We want to be among the top most innovative countries of the world. I think today morning, Paneer Selvam said the context that by Viksit Bharat, we should be able to, or 2047, we should be among the global top 20 global innovation index. I personally think that we can be in the global top 10 within the next 10 years. And I think that is a real possibility. Why? Because we are a youthful country, a youthful energy coursing through the nation, 1.4 million schools, 10,500 engineering institutions, 49,000 colleges, 150 million young students entering into the workplace with such an energy and with such a dynamism in the country, achieving the global top 10 innovation index can be a reality. The fourth is we want to make sure that this technology advancement leverages infrastructure, world-class infrastructure across the country. And when we talk of infrastructure, it is not just physical infrastructure, but also the digital public infrastructure and the digital connectivity that needs to be enabled. Which means we just had a session of deep tech startups in the country and what it means to have deep tech startups and how to leapfrog. I mean, leap to the unicorn is what you're saying. If you want to create unicorns, and we have to create deep tech startups, which means we have to have the capacity from a digital point of view to be able to enable artificial intelligence, quantum computing, chip manufacturing. These are all the areas where we have to grow as a country. And the fourth aspect is how do we ensure sustainability? Climate emission, 100% net zero emission. This is what the Viksit Bharat goal is by 2047. We are a net zero country. And that means focus on renewable energies, focus on electric transportation, focus on every aspect related to sustainability. And finally, the four people from a demographic point of view which have been identified is how do we ensure that we address the youth, the poor, the women and the farmers much more inclusively than what we are doing today. That is what Viksit Bharat is all about. Having said that into context, I'm going to now pass on to each of these brilliant and very esteemed panelists here to give their vision about their department, your organization, sir, that is structurally enabling this march and this galloping towards Viksit Bharat and your particular views on it. So we'll start off with Praveen Ji, head of DST and a veteran and particularly a very strong personal friend who helped me in my Atal Innovation Mission days. Almost every second day I was in touch with him for something or the other. So
thank you, sir. It is always a pleasure to work with you, and since a couple of years we have been doing that. And I'm Praveen Roy, and I'm from Department of Science and Technology, and DST has played a critical role in supporting extramural research in the country. Like most of the research which is going on in different academic setups and the research labs is supported by DST. And apart from that, we are also supporting the innovations, entrepreneurship, startups, technology development, technology transfer, technology commercialization. So all this is covered, and we have 25 aided institutes across the country. We have created ANRF, which is Anusandhan National Research Foundation, which will be taking care of all the extramural research funding which is going to be there in the country. And as you all know, like the RDI fund, which is Research Development Innovation Scheme, that is going to venture the country in the deep tech domain, and this will be coming through private sector equal participation. So that is an aspiring scheme which has been launched. And DST has put a lot of investment in creating infrastructure. So whether it is research labs across the country in different domains, all the sectors, we are sector agnostic. So we have supported all the domains in technology domains, deep tech domain. And also we have created a lot of incubators across the country. Though it is academic incubators, we have tried out of academic also to some extent 5 to 10%, but most of them are academic incubators, and they number around 225 as of now. And they are also sector agnostic. So we have ventured in all the domains of technology, and these incubators have been doing well, and that we have been doing for last 25 years in the incubator domain. Like the program that was launched 25 years back in year 2000 is named as Technology Business Incubator, but that is not all. Like we initiated this journey in 85. That is very surprising for me also, because the leadership in DST decided to have a board, autonomous board at that time, that is National Science and Technology Entrepreneurship Development Board. And someone talking at that time for entrepreneurship in SNT domain, that was really exciting, and that is in existence as of now. And that time we created Science and Technology Entrepreneurs Parks. So 17 of them were created across the country, and some of them are still operational. So we have PSG, we have SJCE, Thapar and all. So these, and that was equally balanced between public and private institutions. So we are not having any demarcations, like any institute which is there, which is contributing for the courses and the academic curriculum, they can come for it. And this is now grown to 225. And we have been trying to vouch for the policy interventions which is required for the startups, for the incubators, and also for the missing links to be bridged, like whatever support systems should be strengthened to make these incubators prosper and do the startup part. So we are we are aspiring for the next round, like which is a deep tech, and the domains that you already mentioned. We feel like the third, fourth, and fifth verticals that you mentioned, like the deep tech part and the sustainable pipeline and the infra part, that will be able to contribute to smoothen the journey to the Viksit Bharat. So, yeah,
thank you, Praveen ji, and indeed DST has done so many things and continues to do so many things in terms of focus on not only deep tech but also the underlying infrastructure that is required. Chaya Chauhanji has been a constant figure at DBT, and while there are many heads of DBT, I think they all listen to her. And and Chaya has been instrumental in, one of the things that I remember extremely well, and that was during the COVID times, when DBT led the entire curative, preventive, as well as ability to identify startups which will be able to support India during the COVID times. And that was a fantastic initiative and effort, of course, resulted in vaccine distribution and all of that stuff. So Chayaji, what is your view on how we position ourselves for Viksit Bharat and the specific things that as DBT, in terms of, healthcare is one of the most important things for a country of 1.4 billion people.
Thank you for your kind words, Ramanan sir. Although it's not true, but thank you very much. So I represent an organization called BIRAC, which is Biotechnology Industry Research Assistance Council. And it was set up in the year 2012 by Department of Biotechnology, which comes under the same ministry as DST. This organization was set up by Department of Biotechnology to support startups and entrepreneurs in the biotech domain. So our definition of biotechnology is also very vast and inclusive. And we support startups and entrepreneurs in the domain areas of healthcare, agriculture, clean energy, sanitation. So anything related to life sciences we support. And not just we provide direct funding support to startups and entrepreneurs, we also provide support in terms of capacity building. We support establishment of incubation centers also, which are bio-focused, bio-incubation centers, which we call. And these incubation centers, we've supported a network of around 100 plus incubation centers across the country, and these are housed in various research institutes, in universities, and recently we've also been supporting incubation centers in hospitals also. As we know, there's a gap between what the startups are developing as products and technologies and what actually clinicians require. So we've also housed incubation centers in hospitals also now. So this is the kind of network that we've created across the country. Many of you are part of that network. And then we also, so this is funding, capacity building, and then we also support startups through mentorship. We have a network of around 10,000 plus mentors across the country. We provide opportunities at various national and international levels for startups and entrepreneurs to present what they've done. And so it's a whole ecosystem that BIRAC has created, and we very proudly state that from merely, I think, 50 odd startups in the bio domain in the year 2013 or 14, and now we are, we have 10,000 plus biotech startups in the country. And also, the bioeconomy also has risen multi-fold times. And as our Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, says that the next industrial revolution will be bio-driven. So that is what we believe in. And for Viksit Bharat 2047 also, so DBT along with BIRAC is working towards building India a global leader in vaccines, therapeutics, precision agriculture. So all those kind of technologies, deep tech, all those technologies. So we want to build India as a global leader in these technologies.
Great. Thank you, Chayaji, and it's indeed incredible the speed with which DBT has grown over the last several years. I've had the pleasure and privilege to work along with Pramit Das in Atal Innovation Mission. And so while, you gave a very interesting talk in the morning, and so I guess all of the people who are here have already heard it. I'd like you to introduce a little bit of what AIM is doing, but more than that, how do you think AIM can integrate with all the stakeholders here, DST, DBT, MeitY, and so on? Somebody mentioned, I think it was Paneer Selvam, or no, I think it was Suresh who mentioned that 2 + 2 makes 22, right? Now, how do you make that 2 + 2 as 22 with AIM working with all of the others? Is there a plan so that Viksit Bharat experiences the benefit of a national innovation grid rather than individual organizations?
Thank you so much, sir. Actually, it was my pleasure to work with you. I remember 2021, 4 months I got chance to work with you. So just for the benefit of all, I represent Atal Innovation Mission. Atal Innovation Mission was started off in the year 2016. And as we step into 2026, we'll be celebrating 10 years of our existence. So a decade of innovation, we call it, as we like to call it. So why we were established? So a clear mandate given to us was to create a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship in the country. And when we tell the word or say the word culture, we are talking about a generational change. But any generational change, for it to happen, we need to break it down into manageable smaller bits. So that was what approach we took. We said that we will come and do programmatic intervention across the innovation value chain, right from the idea stage to a commercialization stage, and across the innovator's life cycle. Typically, as I said in my inaugural session, we believe that the whole seeds of innovation is sowed when a student is exposed to Newton's laws. That was our starting point. So class 6, school level, we start off, and we take them when they are a full-fledged startup and they are on the verge of commercialization. So if you look at this whole spectrum or life cycle journey, so what we have been doing at the school level, we have been establishing Atal Tinkering Labs, which you might be well aware of that concept. So Atal Tinkering Labs are nothing but maker spaces developed in schools where, without the pressure of curriculum, without the pressure of being evaluated on a regular basis, students can go tinker with all 21st century technologies, learn design thinking, pick up a problem from their surrounding, and create solutions through whatever they have learned in it. So what does this makerspace consist of? Typically 3D printers, miniaturized robotics, electronics kits, mechanical benches, and so on. A lot of do-it-yourself stuff. So they learn the theory as well as they do it themselves. So take an example of Pramit. Pramit goes to school. From class 6 to class 12, he is exposed to all these technologies. So in 6-7 years' time, when he goes to college, he is not fearful of technology. He understands them. He has ideas in his mind which he wants to cultivate. So when he goes to college, he encounters our second intervention, which is called the Atal Incubation Centers. So we have created 72 of them, Atal Incubation Centers. In the preceding month, we have created 5 more. So the number now is 77, which will go up to 101 by Q1 of the next calendar year or Q4 of this financial year. So when Pramit goes to these incubation centers, he firms up his idea, he creates his startups, he goes and maybe does his entire journey from idea to a commercialization. Now the question is, if Pramit in an alternate universe doesn't belong to a metro or a tier 1 city, where does he go? So that's where our third intervention came in, which is called as Atal Community Innovation Centers. So we believe there are regional imbalances in the country which needs to be leveled. So we went and created centers in tier 3 cities of the country, which will work as a miniaturized version of AICs, but target really individual innovators, take them through the art and science of innovation and entrepreneurship, get them ready to go for incubation and take it forward. And finally, we had another program called Atal New India Challenges, where we funded startups directly, which were working on areas of national importance and societal relevance. So that has been our journey throughout the year. But over the course of the next 5 years, the cabinet has mandated us to create something even bigger and be more inclusive. And that's where all our new programs are targeted at, creating a whole new inclusive ecosystem. So if you just do some extrapolation, so Atal Tinkering Labs, which are 10,000 in number, is supposed to go up to a number of 60,000, because that will then cover almost 1/3 of the school universe, secondary school universe, and that will give the critical mass and make tinkering a movement. So that's one initiative that will be taken up. Second, as I spoke in the morning, with all these innovation activities, are we leaving aside or leaving behind 80% of India who don't speak English even as a second, third, or fourth language? So a language inclusive program of innovation will come up and we'll take it forward. So accordingly, we have programs in place that are destined or that are programmed to take India to Viksit Bharat, right from inclusion to creation of industrial accelerators for the advanced stages and so on.
Excellent.
Now, as Sir pointed out, how can we collaborate more? And that's where I think comes the question. So AIM has been actually collaborating a lot with ministries. So one of the prime example was Innovation for Defense Excellence. So IDEX is a platform that was developed in AIM, and Ramanan sir actually led that project. And we created this center, this institution, and handed it over to Ministry of Defense. Same thing we are actually doing with 9 other ministries we are supposed to do. And currently we are working with Ministry of Agriculture to create a similar platform called Innovation for Agriculture Excellence. So that is where our mandate is, to work with different ministries and create that platform. So that gives one synergy. Second, I think our job as an innovation mission is definitely not a full-fledged execution. Our job is to create new templates for innovation, test it out with a critical mass of institutes or entities, and then hand over the best practices to different ministries. So our industrial accelerator program we are doing to create a late-stage accelerator program along with the industry with a co-funding model, which will be done in 10 different sectors, and then handed over the best practices to relevant ministries who govern that sector. So that is how we are creating another round of synergy with them.
So I'll come back to you with more questions. Paneer Selvam, you have been probably the youngest entrant into the government ecosystem for innovation, but you have been part of the innovation ecosystem for several years in T-Hub and several other prestigious institutions. Do you see an opportunity for better integration between all the various institutions? Because I again come back to the point of Viksit Bharat, where we need to see this multiplier effect. We have multiple institutions now which are dealing with common problems, I would say. And therefore, there is an opportunity for us to synergize. And so what is the synergy opportunity you see? And the other part which I want to add, because you're also part of MeitY, which is driving the India AI mission. And how do you see AI innovation playing a role in whatever your organization is doing, not just as MeitY Startup Hub, but also as MeitY?
Thank you, sir. So I'll look at 3 questions and I'll kind of answer it in 3 parts. I think to go back to the original topic of Viksit Bharat, the way I look at Viksit Bharat is there will be a day when we can manufacture 100% of our own electronics and our own requirements in the country. To me, that is very important, because how many of you have ever attended a HR conference in the past? Any HR? Yeah, so there used to be this terminology called VUCA world, right? Volatile, uncertain, ambiguous world. I think we've been talking for too long, but COVID really showed us what VUCA world really was, right? So the COVID also taught us how interdependent we are in terms of the supply chain, and what is, somebody sneezes somewhere and we catch cold here, right? So the whole idea of Viksit Bharat is to a great extent that we have our own capability to build infrastructure to manufacture our requirements, take care of our people, and most importantly, as technology, I keep saying any technology is worth only if it improves the quality of the life of people, right? I think that is very, very, to my mind, that's one aspect of Viksit Bharat, sir. Coming to the second question, not just among ministries, within inter-ministry or intra-ministry itself, there needs to be coordination, right? I'm part of MeitY for a year now, and I see we have STPI, fantastic organization, 34-year-old. We have India AI Mission. We have, yesterday I was in the supercomputing event in Bangalore, which is driven by CDAC. So there is a lot of possibilities among within the ministry itself to coordinate and collaborate and drive things, which is what we are facilitating, and we want to drive that. And MeitY Startup Hub becomes one bridge between MeitY and and in the ecosystem is what we are trying to work towards. So there is a huge possibility, and I'm also of the opinion that if you look at all the 4 organizations sitting here, at least 50% of our work is being overlapped, right, in terms of setting up infrastructure, or the software, the playbook that we provide, or the support system mentoring access that we provide. Of course, DPI it is missing, including them. If there will be 50 to 60% of our work is being overlapped. India is a large market, large country. We need multiple organization, but we may want to synthesize quite a bit of this to kind of at least not duplicate and reinvent the same wheel again, and not to make the same mistakes that we are making, right? So that is why we need to, I would urge you to look at NSAC, we are all part, right? At National Startup Advisory Committee can play a very pivotal role in saying, hey, what is that, where your role ends, where your role begins, what is that you all can drive towards, working towards that way, right? So there is a huge opportunity. But it is going to be a multilateral or multi-pronged approach that we have to have, because no single institution, no single ministry, no single organization can drive the scale and the impact and the purpose of what we want to achieve. So that is for sure. Right? And lastly, the India AI part, just to answer briefly, I think there is no speech of anybody today is possible without a mentioning of AI. And yes, at India AI Mission, we are working towards multiple programs. But again, AI, we are hoping and we believe that it will be the biggest equalizer in terms of technology, and the power of that lies, at least in MeitY, we have a focus of taking that to the tier 2 and tier 3 cities, making AI, the 3 A's I talk about: awareness of AI, because it's very important, because it's a double-edged sword. You need to know how to use it, otherwise it will use you. Second, it is about accessibility to AI, how much accessible, how much of that is really you need to know, how much of really you can use. Yesterday was today is a remarkable day. Australia has banned social media for under the age of 16 for the first time. Right, so AI is playing a very important role in making such decisions, right? And third is the whole affordability, and in terms of how much I need to shell out to access these kind of resources and tools, and what can we really look at. So this is what we are looking at, MeitY sir, and I'll pause here and thank you.
Wonderful. So yeah, big hand to all of the panelists for their initial inputs. Praveenji, I come back to you. I think today a lot of discussion has been on deep tech startups. And deep tech startups have 3 challenges as I see. Number 1, many of them fall down between the TRL level 4 to 7 stage. So up till TRL level 4, they are able to go, and then suddenly for whatever reasons, either for multiple reasons, which I would like you to answer. Number 2, they require more investment than the normal startup does, and a long-term investment, because most of their solutions are long-term based, so that requires more research and development and so on. And third, there is a lot of validation of that deep tech startup that is required in terms of testing facilities and so on. So what is DST doing to ensure that we become the leader in deep tech startups? Because the challenge is there in India, the need is there. And very beautifully enunciated by the Prime Minister, Atmanirbhar Bharat, there are 5 pillars as he has identified. Pillar of demographic dividend, which means education for all. The pillar of infrastructure, which means both physical and digital infrastructure. Pillar of socio-economic demand, which is equitable growth. The pillar of demand, which is 1.4 billion people wanting and 300 million people being added to the middle class rising economy. And finally, pillar of technology. All these 5 together constitute what is Atmanirbhar Bharat, or lend themselves to Atmanirbhar Bharat. So in your view, how can we achieve Viksit Bharat, and what are some of the steps that you are taking to address challenges related to this?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think one solution, one answer to all is the recent scheme which has been launched, and I'll come again for that. What government has thought behind, just to address all this. So this scheme, the RDI, will be investing in deep tech startups, but they should be at TRL 4 and above. So it cannot invest lower than TRL 4. So the value of debt, the TRL 4 to 6 and 7, that is expected to be addressed by this scheme funding. And there is no limit to any project, any project or any startup, whatever they require, that can be supported by this scheme. So the money, the amount which is there in this scheme is quite high as such, and like 20,000 crore per year, and for next 5 years like 1 lakh crore with parallel funding from the private sector in the same volume. I mean, this cannot invest in any of the deep tech venture if it is not being supported by any private sector AIF or the industry. So that amount has to be there. So it is around 2 lakh crore which is there, and that means like per year we have 40,000 crore investment which can go in this deep tech domain. And so we don't feel like there will be any dearth of funding at any level. So there is no cap on the amount which can be given to any of the project. Whatever is the project size, that can be supported through this fund. Also, government is very having a soft approach, like it is not for earning interest out of it. So this is a loan, long-term loan. So long term is of 50 years without interest, given to the department, which is going to a SPV which is being formed at ANRF, and this loan has to be returned back to the government, 1 lakh crore after 50 years. So there is no objective to earn interest out of it, interest-free loan, and it will be given to the second level fund manager, which are AIFs, the VC firms, or NBFCs, DFIs, or FROs. There are 4 categories defined in this, and this will be also given to them at very nominal rates, like maybe 1 or 2%. And also, just to control, like this should go to the startups. I mean, it should not restrict to the investors, the firms, the second level fund managers. 3% cap has been given. So whatever rate, 1 or 2%, so they cannot give more than 3% margin to the projects. So the intention is clear, like the investment should go to these domains, because as you said, like technology and deep tech is one of the verticals which is the focus for Viksit Bharat. And government investment is very much required in that. And so this is expected to bridge that value of debt with the second value of debt at TRL 4 and 7. And and then infrastructure part, like naturally when we support them, this infrastructure is required. So DST has put a lot of investment in this, and the challenge which we envisage is like the pipeline. So like 40,000 per year, 40,000 crore per year is good money, and next, second, third year onwards, how to generate this pipeline. So through ANRF, through DST schemes, and through different departments, everyone is having investments in R&D, and with that we expect like this sustainable pipeline also will be created, so that things which has to go from TRL 1 to 3 before it comes to TRL 4, that can be supported. So this is very exciting scheme. As such, the GFR has been relaxed, and so we hope like this will be supporting to some extent the deep tech part, and this is the only solution that we are working on, and supporting the deep tech startups.
Excellent, sir, excellent. And I think it's a tremendous initiative to have the RDI fund that you have allocated. I don't think anywhere else in the world this sort of initiative has been launched. Chayaji, you have been interacting with a whole lot of incubators, and the topic is enabling the enablers. But is that something that they could do to enable you to have faster access to funds and so on and so forth?
So I think it was mentioned earlier also by one of the fellow panelists. I think data is one thing which we struggle to get from the incubation centers. And data is the key, because we have to present to the ministry, to the policy makers. So what kind of work, so the government has invested like around 1,000 of crores into this innovation ecosystem for the past decade. So we also need to present what are the outcomes. But the data which we get from the incubation centers, I'm talking specifically because the incubation centers are there. So the data which we get from the incubation centers, first of all, it is not, we have to really struggle to get that data, send so many reminders, and then we get the data.
and the data which we receive is not which we can present to the ministry or wherever it is required, like MeitY, etc. So this is a request to all the incubation centers that the data which we request, which the funders request, is basically for the benefit of the incubation centers itself, because then we can also rate the incubation centers for the kind of progress they are making, and then the data can contribute to further strengthen the ecosystem. And then we can go to the government, ask for more funds, because we can show the kind of impact that has been created by investing into the ecosystem. So my request to everybody sitting here is that please take our request for such kind of data seriously, and kindly share that with us in a proper manner, so that we can then formulate some structured policies, etc. around it, or we can bring in funds, etc. to support the ecosystem further.
Great. And I think I'd like to take the suggestion which Paneerselvan made in his address, and that is when he asked the question, how many of you are using a platform for capturing the operations of your incubator, and very few hands were raised. I think this is a very important thing. Perhaps there can be synergy in developing a common platform for capturing this data and then making everybody accessible to that platform as an initiative which ISBA can also drive that, and I would suggest that. Yeah. Now, Pramit, you had announced, or Atal Innovation Mission had announced that they are going to support deep tech accelerators. Can you just throw some light, because we haven't heard about it after it was announced, and if there is anything that you can throw light and how that is aligned to the Viksit Bharat goals?
Yeah. No, I think what we had announced was industrial accelerators, which is basically TRL 7+ startups, where we believe, when we looked at the data, which is not very conclusive, but when we looked at the data, TRL 7+ or 6-7+, there's a 1/3 of our startups really die at that stage. So when we tried to find out reasons why, it came up that typically failure in a product market fit, failure in a proper revenue model, and so on. So what best could we do to counter this? The whole idea was, why not involve those people, the industry, who have been there, done that in that sector, come and mentor these startups. Now, what has the industry to gain out of it? Industry at that point in time are looking for solution to their sectoral problems or their company's own problem. And what else? They are also looking at solutions that can positively affect their top or bottom line. So they are looking at solutions and such. What we are looking at improving the survival rate of the startups at that point in time. So we are talking about creating a consortium where industry comes up with their own problem statement, with their own designed programs that is run by an incubator, already existing incubator, so you don't need to create any new infrastructure. Government comes up with a co-funding, industry gives another round of funding, and that's how we operate it for multiple years. So it's not a one-off intervention or sporadic intervention that incubators might run today with the corporates, but over a long term of 3 to 4 years, this can be institutionalized. And at the end of the day, the idea is to make the startups somewhere integrated in the supply chain of that particular sector, and maybe potentially potential for acquisition as well.
Excellent. So Paneerselvam, I come to you with the socially empowered India, inclusive India, and MeitY's initiatives on that. The India AI framework, those of you who have not gone through that, they have defined a beautiful 7-pillar framework. That 7-pillar framework is enough fodder for you to start new startups in each of those, addressing each of those frameworks. So those of you who are thinking, what are the new startup challenges that we have? Please look at that framework, and a whole lot of ideas will suggest themselves to your view. But one of the pillars is future skills, right? And we are aspiring to be among the global top 10 innovative countries of the world. AI is just changing every day and changing the landscape. Students don't know what to study in AI, whether they have to study agentic AI, and tomorrow something else is coming up, today something else is there, multimodal systems, LLMs, and so on. Everything is becoming passé within few months, if not a few years. In this changing dynamic context, how is MeitY addressing the future skills initiative? because that's such an important thing from the youth point of view.
True, sir. So there are two aspects to it. Well, I'll first talk about what MeitY Startup Hub is doing when it comes to the inclusive technology. I think I spoke about this in the morning. We have three pillars. One is, of course, deep tech. Second is the focus on tier 2, tier 3 cities. And the third one is the inclusive tech. Under inclusive tech, they have three sub-pillars. First and foremost is vernacular tech. So, we believe a language should not be a barrier for learning technology. And at Bashini, which is my sister organization in MeitY, we have very, very powerful ways of, translating technology and content in a very effective manner on a fraction of a cost for both enterprise as well as individuals. So one of the things that we are focusing is to drive vernacular tech, that the first level of learning of tech can be in their own language. And to be very honest, I think if you all, I'm sure most of you would know Japanese till today interact and engage in their own language and learn tech in their own language. So there's no reason why we could not. So that's one first. The second aspect of the inclusive tech pillar is what I call assistive tech. And assistive tech today is kind of synonymized with tech for specially able people. But if you are using Siri or Alexa, you are already using assistive tech, and you are geriatric. Given that our population is also, today we may have a young population, but very soon we have the opportunity. We will be tipping over that 15-20% of above age of 60, which means geriatric tech becomes a very important area, and we need to invest in geriatric tech right now. And the third pillar of inclusive tech in MeitY Startup Hub, or third sub-pillar, is the women in deep tech. Again, I spoke, those who heard me speak, I have said this time and again, women have done extremely well in the ITS space. But when it comes to deep tech, we need to enable that ecosystem. So we are pushing that in MeitY Startup Hub. We will have focus programs that will drive education and empowerment, enablement to women in deep tech space. That's the MeitY Startup Hub focus areas. At a MeitY level, I think there are social impact. We are doing a lot of programs, especially in the commercialization of technology in the medtech space, tech for social good. These are some of the initiatives that we are driving. And from a skilling perspective, I think Future Skills program is a huge investment, close to about, I'm just saying it just to give you a tune of commitment that MeitY has about 2,500 crores odd in the skilling of AI space. We are coming up with platforms and in terms of starting, I'm hoping the regulation will be soon. So AI education right from 6th or 7th standard is what we are looking at. Right, so if that is and then of course we have partners in AIM who can take that forward in terms of the on-ground implementation. So there is a plan there is work already happening in terms of building one of the largest learning platforms. And second is that speed at which things are changing. There is no one person who can facilitate. The person who can grow is somebody who can actually self-learn, right? Self-learn and learn and relearn. I think that is going to be the real opportunity that is, because institutions will take time to catch up. If you want to be ahead of the curve, you self-learn yourself. So there is enough tools and techniques that are there, but there is Future Skills is an amazing platform for the AI platform as well.
Excellent, Paniselvam. So the key is self-learn, unlearn, and relearn. And that I think should be a mantra for all of us here. This is one last, what do you call, what is that? Rapid fire question. Okay, and so you should not think too much, you should just answer. What is one bold commitment you will make on behalf of your department today? We won't hold you responsible, but one bold commitment that you will make for us to go towards Viksit Bharat goals as your department, other than the RDI funding that you have already done.
So a lot of talks about RDI, right? So, one bold, we have to be very concerned about the sustainability, like whether it is an incubation center, whether it is any startup, deep tech startup which has to be funded, or any fund which is created. We have to just think of how it will be sustainable on long run. What the ROI, the real ROI comes with government investment if the systems are sustainable. If it closes after the support is over, then certainly we are going to suffer the ROI.
Yeah.
So sustainability is the key factor, and the stakeholders can be different.
Excellent. So you will ensure that whatever investment you are making is sustainable, and whatever steps we need to take in order to make it sustainable will be taken by the department. Chayaji.
So I think now is the time when we have to move from frugal innovation to the frontier innovations. So going forward, if we want to be the global leader in 2047, so we have to change that mindset. And also for the incubation centers, because the audience is the incubation centers, I wanted to mention here is that now there's a category of incubation centers. So we have the mature incubation centers who have 10 to 15 years of experience in the ecosystem. We have the emerging ones, and then the aspiring ones, which have just come, just been onboarded. So the responsibility of these incubation centers is also very different, right? So for the initial stage of incubation centers, they are responsible for creating that pipeline, etc., supporting providing basic infrastructure, incubation support to the startups. But going forward, from the mature incubation centers, so the government also has different kind of expectations. So first is they have to, support the, newer coming incubation centers, whether in the tier 2, tier 3 regions. That is one responsibility. And the second is, to come up with innovative programs going beyond basic incubations, support that they've been providing. So that is there that they've been providing. But if we want to take that leap forward, to frontier innovations or deep tech innovations, so the mature incubation centers have a very important role to play in this, whether to, create those pilot kind of manufacturing setups or, some kind of innovative program for the deep tech startups. So they have to come up with those kind of initiatives, and I think government is there to support you on that.
Excellent. So what, if I can paraphrase it, you want to move from frugal to frontier, and for that you want to facilitate the incubators, which are the hub top sort of incubators, to be able to support the spoke incubators and move in that direction and support them in that direction. And you are committing to enabling the hub spoke arrangement.
Yeah, I think from me, if you look at 2047 Viksit Bharat, we can only achieve when we have globally
you are
visible.
making on behalf of Deepak Bagla, so you can.
Okay.
You can go ahead and say whatever you want.
Oh, I think he will be aligned to this. No, so yeah. So if you want to really go for a Viksit Bharat, we have to have multiple tens and hundreds of globally visible and globally competitive Indian startups and companies over there. And for that, we need to start making those internationalization pathways for our startups. So if you look at the Startup 20 commitment that we had a couple of years back, one track was foundation and alliances that was created only to forge these kind of partnerships between countries, between the leading institutes in the countries that can define these pathways. We have to restart those conversations, and because USA has the chair this year and they will be very keen on startups, so this is the international pathway is something which we will be actively working upon in 2026.
Excellent. I think that's a very important point. Global partnerships is a key to be able to grow our country forward and position ourselves where we want to. Paneer Selvam.
Sir, I have at MeitY level, I have one bold thing to say, and personal level, I'll say one bold thing.
Yeah, you can speak on behalf of Abhishek.
Right.
Also.
Right. At MeitY level, I think one of my endeavor is to launch India's largest POC to purchase order program. Right. Today we have Genesis, which is now we are working on 400 POCs to purchase orders, because that is something we really want to drive, because that is the only way we can make our startups really powerful, and and getting them purchase orders from our customers and open corporate innovation. Personally, I would write a business. I would like to work with all the incubators on writing a business plan for yourself.
Excellent. A big hand and a big applause to the team here. I've enjoyed the interaction, sir, and all of you, Chaya
Thank you,
and everybody.
thank you.
And I think we are in for good times. What is that? Ab picture baki hai. Picture abhi baki hai those. And so that picture is the AGM, I guess. But but beyond that, I think India has a great future. I am very bullish about this country. I've been part of 3 entrepreneurial journeys. One in TCS, which was a 700-person organization, is a 700,000 plus organization today. Part of CMC, which grew 10x during the time when it was acquired and it became an independent company. And with the government now on multiple initiatives, where I see one of the fastest growing startup ecosystem in the world. And I have all of you to thank for it also. So thank you very much and have a great evening.
Thank you very much, sir, for this wonderful moderation. And I think my fellow audience will agree why he said in the beginning this is one of the most engaging and important panel discussion of this ISBA 2025. I request fellow audience to give a huge round of applause to this esteemed panel. And I would like to request our president, Mr. Prasad Menon, to come over the dais and felicitate our moderator. And subsequently, I will request our moderator to felicitate our fellow panelists.
Okay, so now we will proceed with the AGM. So the primary members, I will request one member from the primary incubator. Please go on the right side. Whoever is the associate, left side, sorry. And the associate members and the member organization, second person or the third person, they can sit in the right side. Whoever is in the left side, they are going to vote. So whoever is in the right side, they will not be able to vote because they are not the primary members.
So welcome everyone to the annual general body meeting. In fact, we had our 50th governing body meeting. So we hit a half century. And this would be our 23rd AGM. And now, again, formally welcome all of you. And is there any confusion for those who are sitting? What's a primary member, associate member? It's all clear, right? So I hope the primary members are sitting on the left and the associate members. The only difference is ISBA doesn't treat anybody differently. It's just by way of charter and bylaws. The primary members are allowed to vote for, in terms of quorum and all of that. And otherwise, it's one and the same. Okay. Now, what we do is we, as a governing body, we have a lot of deliberations. We in fact have very frequent meetings, some formal meetings, but in fact, for the past since 1st April 2025, since I took over, I think I have put all the governing body their beautiful Friday morning, every hour they give to ISBA. So thank you very much to the governing body for that. Let me also say that I want to, Prasad will tell you about all the new members that have come, but all those who are new members for this year, can you please stand up? All the new members who joined recently, all the new members, just stand up. So I want, just stand up, all the new members, primary or associate, please. Okay, big round of applause and welcome to all the new members who have joined the ISBA family. We welcome you to this community. I think there are a lot more in terms of numbers who have joined, but the few who are here, we acknowledge their presence and thank you for that. We had our previous AGM, if you and many of you were there at present at the last ISBACON in Hyderabad, and well, formally we have to approve the minutes of the of that AGM, which we also presented to the governing body. There are. So shall I? Do we have to formally take? So also would like to inform all the members regarding two major changes we had in the governing body this session. That one was Dr. Ramji Palela, who was I think again he's working, he's busy. Ramji Palela he stepped down from his position as COO of AICCCMB. And therefore, by virtue of that, automatically he also had to submit and resign from the governing body. So as of 15 November 2025, with effect from that, Dr. Ramji Palela resigned from his position. And Mr. Shahid Mir was also from the ITBI from Srinagar. He also stepped down from his role as the CEO of the ITBI. And by virtue of that, he also had to submit his resignation as a governing body member with effect from 16 November. So you can see in the past less than a month, we had these two big changes. Now, what it meant was immediately for us we invited, and thankfully I nominated Mr. Ismail Akbani, CEO of AIC Mahindra, to join, and he accepted, and he is now our newest governing body member. Please welcome him, a big round of applause. So it is Hyderabad to Hyderabad, AIC to AIC. And now for the, because Ramji Palela also had the position of vice president, and but because vice president has to, there has to be a full-fledged process of election. It is not nominated by the president like a governing body member. Therefore, we discussed this in the governing body, and the short time frame that we had available between the resignation and ISBACON, what was decided was that we will it was proposed that we do it in the next AGM. So that was what was proposed by the governing body. Okay. Now comes the annual financial report of 24-25. So this is the report from 1st April 2024 to 31st March 2025. And well, I will let Prasad Shetty just talk about the financial.
Yeah. So I have not seen the financials properly because this has been created by the AI tool. But then also I will try to do the justice. Okay, so I will directly jump into the summary of the balance sheet. So if you really see, the total funds and the liability stands at 1.44 and reserves and surplus at 1.32. I will rather jump into the income and expenditure because this will give more clarity. The total income for the 24-25 was 1.34 and total expenditure is somewhere between 1.22, and the surplus has been plowed back to the reserves. So we want to keep it very transparent what we are doing at the financial level also. So we generated some kind of a surplus of 11.80, and the previous we had a deficit of 7.77, and which has been adjusted. Yeah, so the one thing is very clear. We created some kind of a surplus in the past also, which has kept in the FDs, and membership also increased, and we believe these kind of a surplus will create a very good momentum in the ISBA so that we can strengthen our secretariat team, and also we try to get into the multiple new opportunities which is available in the ecosystem. And we will try to nurture more and more incubators through our capacity building programs, get into multiple opportunities which is available in the corporate level, which we can leverage by strengthening our secretariat team, and also that will benefit our member organization.
So what we realized that I think when the founder members, when they created the association, after that I think only once, Suresh, if I'm not mistaken, only once the bylaws were amended, because with changing times, right, you have to change also some of the bylaws in order to accommodate the growth and the nature of incubation that is happening in the country. So similarly, what we are looking at now, you saw today that we are talking about many new initiatives, and Prasad Shetty just mentioned about increasing the secretariat. So we wanted to have a lot more flexibility in the recruitment, which was not there in the past, right? So we, if you have to talk about, if you envision ourselves like a NASSCOM or a CII, we need to have some form of a permanent secretariat, all those things, all those decisions to make. So the governing body, we discussed about it, and the governing body also mentioned that we should bring changes into the bylaw that will enhance the flexibility in recruitment. So that's one of the things that we will be working on. Also for establishing committees, like we set up an advisory committee, and this advisory committee constitutes people like Mr. H.K. Mittal, we have Dr. Ramanan, we have MeitY Bharat, Dr. Suresh, Dipanvita, and Dr. Bala. So the one of the reason was, how do we ensure that all the decades of incubation experience, and that we are guided by this advisory committee. So again, to do that, again we need certain changes in the bylaws. And we also are looking at some, how do we strengthen governance and some, strategic alignment. Before that, right, for example, the knowledge center, although we did the knowledge and resource center, we firmly believe that this is going to be one of the most, I think it's the first time in India that we such a knowledge and resource center specifically for the incubator community is being set up. Now what it can be, if you look at the vision document, if I talk to all the stakeholders, it can be something that is really something that for all of us to be proud of and to contribute again towards the Viksit Bharat. But again, to do that, we will need certain bylaw amendments as well, and also strengthening governance, because we need to make sure that whatever we do, PS mentioned, Paneer Selvan mentioned about governance, right? We have to be, even as association, have to start with that, the governance structure. So that's also something that we are envisioning to do. So this is what is there from a bylaw amendments. Anybody has any questions on this? So now we talk about programs. Now this is very important. Now, you heard about today. Shall we create the ISBA, the iHub portal? Yesterday you saw the deep tech infra mapping, right? All this, whether to integrate technology, I think today Gaurang also mentioned about how do we use agentic AI, right? So all this would mean, because we all, while we have our incubators to run, we also need a secretariat that can actually take this forward and be constantly following up. Like we have Gladys Nair, who heads operations, but you can see that she has to do multiple roles in the secretariat. So we have also, by the way, let me introduce the three people who are in the secretariat. Those who do not know, I think they all know you all, right? So Gladys Nair, we have also Nisha, who has joined us, and Sindhu Nair. So these are the only three secretariat. So we are operating with just these three, and imagine to run all the programs, it will not be possible. So we need to strengthen the secretariat. So there is, there's a propose that if even we have to start with, put a limit that up to 10 members, that structure where we may get a proper CEO to run ISBA, because I must tell you that ever since I took over, I think 70 to 80% of my time is going to ISBA. My host organization has been very generous, and I think my head of incubation, Sagar, is over here. He knows that I'm always missing in action. But what it also means is that it also restricts the possibilities that are out there for ISBA, and having someone accountable, responsible, like a senior person from a CEO ED is something that we are proposing. Someone also when it comes to CSR. Now there is, CSR is a big thing, and you saw that how HDFC Bank through its CSR program supported us, right, the community, both for ISBACON and also for capacity building. But again, to do that, we'll need someone dedicated for that as well. Same thing, we have ideas around community. We have to have someone to head finance, admin, communications, social media, marketing, a lot of these things. So we do not have a social media head, right? We have Gladys, who doubles up like everything. She is the social media, she is the PR, she is the operations, everything, right? Logistics. So this is what we are planning, and the aim is simple: stronger engagement, and also to ensure that whatever we do, there is proper structure, governance, and then we are also part of. So you saw in the last panel all the initiatives that they're talking about. We had the round table that was a DST initiative. Now the round table discussions and deliberation have to be culminated, have to be followed up. So all this requires strengthening the secretariat. So that is what we are proposing, and I hope the governing body has approved it, and I hope the members over here are also in agreement to this. If anybody has any questions or objections, you can raise your hands, and we're happy to answer that.
Yeah, so idea is right now we are just touching the water, right? And we also want to understand what all opportunities are there. We are, of course, the idea was to build it up to 20, but looking at the opportunity and the challenges, we want to restrict it to 10 for time being. And that this is also going to be over a period of time. Immediately, we are not going to increase the secretariat like 10-member team. It's depending on the opportunity, we are trying to build members in the secretariat.
And also to ensure that we get adequate funding to sustain this, because it's not a program driven. Strengthening a secretariat means that you're actually getting people on full-time employment so there is the expense structure that gets fixed. So but for sure, probably in the next AGM we'll make their amendment and say that, hey, there is 10 is not enough. We would need a lot more.
You never know. You may require 50-member team.
Agree. So, but fair point, Dr. Badalka. I understand what he's saying. Any other thing? Okay. Yeah, sure. Why not? Yeah.
You're an associate member or a primary member?
Associate.
Okay. So right now the revenue model is membership and the sponsorship what we collect. In the past, we have done some kind of a program with the government. That's how we have generated the revenue. That is not going to be very frequently coming in. But having said that, there are multiple talks with the government and the corporates where we can create a streamline for the ISBA's income, and so that we can run a very good secretariat team to navigate all the opportunities which is there. Yeah, or you can.
Okay, so to answer your question, since you're a new member. Indeed, ISBA does capacity building program, does training programs, but we don't put that as a constant revenue stream because those are program driven. So in fact, you must see that the previous. I should applaud Dr. Suresh Kumar for having turned around what was a deficit into a reserve when he handed over ISBA leadership to the new governing body, and this was thanks to doing all these programs and finding a way to bank some of the surplus, because you all should know that by membership fees we cannot run even a ISBACON. It's impossible, right? So we are definitely we are definitely are looking at other avenues of.
So we all members can contribute some time for ISBA, where we can also train in the regional level. So of course, there are like 100, 200 members here. So some can even, as an incubator, you can set a curriculum where we can train for you.
Sure, as a resource person, yeah, so definitely. Absolutely, and thanks for that. In fact, we really appreciate that. Indeed, when we do the capacity building and program, now we are going to do 3 programs for HDFC, and where do we get the resource people? So it will be from within the community. right? So I am a resource person because I was trained as to be a trainer by Dr. Suresh and Bala. So I, I am also, wherever time permits, I try to provide that time to do the training programs, right? But good point. Thanks. So we'll definitely keep this in mind. Any other questions? If we move to the next one.
Yeah.
Okay. So just a quick the activities that we did in the you know that we did the CXO conclave for the very first time. It was our first attempt because ISBACON we have all the stakeholders, including and I'm not talking about the CXOs and managers, but also we invite people from from IDFC and from but also from other let's say other stakeholders and other from the government. We invite many people. We also, wherever it's hosted, we do. But when we do specifically on the CXO leadership, it was more towards trying to influence the policy. So that's more of a smaller group, and we did. I think the co-incubation, what Dr. Suresh mentioned today, was one of those ideas that came out of the CXO conclave. So we intend to keep this, and so this was, I would consider, one of the success that we did. And all the output of the CXO conclave was handed over to the respective departments. This time ISBACON 2025, we have 300 plus delegates. Partnerships with state governments and industry bodies continue. We are actively working with all the state governments. They are approaching us, whether it is even talking about Assam, whether it is Chhattisgarh, Maharashtra. So we are as ISBA, we are part of some of their committees and also some of their decision makings, and also advising them on policy as and when we are approached with, right? Now the leadership development through conclaves and masterclass. So one thing that I wanted to mention to you very briefly, we didn't make a formal announcement, but we are looking at, I think, to the point that this gentleman mentioned, how do we create a professional development center? So proper center, we want to call it an academy or a university, whatever, but I think it is more to do with having a curriculum, having we have been doing this for the past 20 years. We have a lot of materials, lot of curriculum, lot of training resources. However, to put it to a structure that allows us to do it faster and at scale is what we are working on. So yeah, 250 incubators, we always do the math, right? Take if you are able to influence 250 incubators, then on an average, if you take 20 startups, then we talk about 5,000 startups in direct support that we give. And also, okay, this was already spoken about. I won't go into that. Okay, this is the update with regards to the membership. So 24-25, we had ended with 159 members, and 25-26 up until 8th of December, we have 172 paid members, and we have 90 plus onboarding. What does this mean? That means there are some of you who have I think for your challenges of payment because of invoice this and all that. So unless the money comes to the association, we cannot call them paid members. So we have so that's a big jump. So we have crossed the 250 mark. So big round of applause. I think that's right. One of the things that we wanted to discuss was actually membership fee structure. It's been how many years?
Yeah, Dr. Suresh and Dr. Bala. So since how many years we have not changed the membership fee? Maybe 15 years back? Okay, so maybe 10 years back, 11 years back. Yeah. So since then we are continuing with 25,000 as membership fee. So what we believe is that inflation, we are not even catering that inflation what is happening, right? And what we believe is that changing a membership fee will be a good idea this time. So we were thinking what should be the number. So then we decided let's leave it to the members, let them give some kind of a number, so that's sorry.
I'll give the rationale behind it also. Listen, I think this is the first time to do a ISBACON like this. If we rely only on membership fee, it will not work.
Yeah.
And also relying on government support consistently because it's not guaranteed, right? Every edition, Hyderabad was different, Bombay was different. Bombay, we had state support of close to 50 lakhs. The state supported.
So I had one idea, like suggestion. So what we can do is we can create two kinds of memberships for ISBA. One is ISBA Premium, and there can be some premium value adds that can be offered to the members, and that can be a premium cost. And one can be a general cost, which can be decided by everyone, like what would the number be, because वो काफी time से revise नहीं हुआ है. So I understand that has to be revised. And there can also be one way model, which is a freemium model, which will have some services, but then we should reach to all the 1,000 incubators and have them on the platform. So there can be 3 levels, and that 3 tiers will have different value additions for members to join the program.
Yeah, I think if we are doing everything at ISBA Hub in terms of infrastructure sharing, and if incubators who are not members would want to be part of, that could be
very nice.
Yeah, that's a.
Yeah, so somebody has to take a notes also. Okay. Yeah, well noted. That's very great idea. We can think about it. Yeah.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.